Hey, beautiful people, what's going on? Welcome back, everybody. We're a little late today, but that's okay. Gave us some time for some stuff. Today, guys, we're looking into what is going on in the Delphi case. Looks like the defense quit today, right before the hearing for Richard Allen. We got to talk about this. Thank you for joining me today. Let's get this show on the road, folks. I'm ready. Are you? Hey, hey, hey. What's going on, everybody? Good to see you. Good to be here with you. Thank you all for joining me today. I appreciate you guys so very much. Welcome back. Good to see you. I'm sorry I'm running late today. Had some technical issues. Some of you guys know. We're good now. We covered it. And here we are. What's going on? Good to see you all so very much. We got an interesting bit of info to talk about today for sure. We all know that the Delphi hearing was supposed to go down today for Richard Allen. Well, I guess that was canceled because his defense team quit. What? Right. And we all know there's been some weird things going on over there, new stuff popping up here and there. So I'm sure it's about that. And I'm going to give you guys a chance, a few of you, to pop up here with this and talk about it. There's a couple of you guys in here that I really want to hear from. Hey, it's for horses. What's up, Mama Bear? So let's see who's here with us today, gracing us with their amazing presence. Thank you guys so much for being here. Please, on your way in the door, leave a little bit of DNA. I appreciate you guys so very much for that. Looks like a Wildfire's in the house. Welcome back, Wildfire. Good to see you. Miss Katie Quarters, always a pleasure. The lovely and awesome Miss Sherry Wisdom Speaks in the house. Welcome back, Sherry. Thank you for being here. Deborah Thompson, what's going on? Good to see you. Of course, the OG, Miss Brandy. What's going on? Brandy, good to see you. And W, welcome back. Good to have you here. Pebbles, what's going on? Good to see you again. Moonlit Baby, welcome back. Great to have you here. Also, looks like Miss Zelda's in the house. Zelda, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining me again. All my amazing mods, thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you so very much. You guys do some amazing things, and I appreciate you so much for that. The Canadian Cat Lady's in the house. Speaking of which, There it is. And boom. Been meaning to do that for a minute. So welcome to the team, Miss Cat Lady. We've talked about this, the rest of the mods for a while, about adding Canadian Cat Lady to the team as a moderator. She's such an amazing and loyal uh, part of this community. So we've been wanting to do it for a while. It's just with everything going on and me getting sick, I didn't get a chance to. So there we go. And welcome to the community, Miss Cat Lady. If you'd like to type something in chat, it should show up with a wrench. I hope it does. And I'm so super happy to have you on this team, my dear. We appreciate you so very much for who you are and what you do while you're in this community and the support you give. So I think that means something and it deserves something. So welcome. It's great to have you here. Moving on real quick here. Firefly's in the house. Welcome back, Firefly. Great to see you. Throw Glitter, what's going on? Good to see you. Jaylet's in the house. Welcome back, Jaylet. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you all. Michael 007, my friend. How are you? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Sherlock Kendra, welcome back, my dear. Good to see you. Great to have you here. Charlotte Gross, welcome back. Good to see you. Sooner Girl, same to you. Great to have you here. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. I'm still getting some of this crap out of here. Of course, we got Mama Bear in the chat while at work. She can't be here with us today, but she is joining us in the chat today. Thank you, Mama Bear. Murky Piglet, welcome back. Oink, oink. Good to have you here. Good to see you. The amazing and awesome Salty Sleuth. What's going on, my dear? Good to have you. Good to see you here. Evie Marie, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Groot, what's up? What's going on? Good to have you here. Mama 4 from the UK. Hello, hello, hello. How are you, my dear? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Come on in, everybody. Please find a seat, if you will. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great for me to be here with you. Appreciate you guys so very much. Kaleidoscope, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Irene Clobber, welcome back. Good to see you. I hope you guys are hearing me okay. Please let me know how it sounds. Let me see. Am I missing anybody at all? Jacqueline Keeley, welcome back. Good to see you. The sorceress is in the house, guys. Don't put no spells on me unless they're good ones. Josie West, welcome back. Great to see you. Bebop, Beboop, Beboop. Yes, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. My brother Dinky, what's going on, my friend? Good to see you, sir. Miss Deborah, it's been a minute. Glad to have you here. And yes, I'm feeling better. Thank you. Striker Force for you. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much. Let me see. Am I missing any? SRB in the house. What's going on? Miss Sherry K, welcome back. Good to see you, dear. Lisa and Cannoli. Welcome, welcome to you and Cannoli. Good to have you here. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. I apologize. I'll be doing that throughout, trying to clear this crap. Miss Ashley Nicolette, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much. Making sure I'm not missing anybody. Big logs on the fire today. That's right. Tash Cole, good to see you. Welcome, another Aussie in the house. Peppermint Tea, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Miss Bonnie Messick, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much. So we're going to talk about Miss Sleuthy Goosey. Welcome. Good to see you, dear. It's been a minute. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. Like I said, we're going to talk about this a little bit, and then I'm going to give you guys a chance to talk about this as I open up the discussion and the panel for you guys to jump up here and express your feelings about this as to why, what, and who is going on with this. Keith A., what's going on? Good to see you. Moonlit Baby, I did see you. Okay. I think I got just about everybody. We got 99 peeps in here with 47 likes, guys. Let's try to make that match. Michelle Weddle, welcome back. Good to see you. Tina B, welcome. Great to have you here. CR, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Bombshells in the house. What's going on? Good to see you. Sherry N, thank you for joining us. All right, I'm glad. Thank you for that, Piglet. I appreciate that. Just making sure the audio is good today. And thank you guys for joining us last night as we had a discussion with A.R. Hayes, or better known for his channel, I should say, probably, or also known, I should say, as A Convict's Thoughts. Thank him for joining us last night as we had a conversation about his thoughts and feelings from that side of things towards the Idaho case. Nellie B's in the house. What's going on, Miss Nellie B? Thank you for joining us today. Nellie B, of course, being the proprietor of the amazing channel that she has. She just started going live recently. Beyond the Pale. Great channel, guys. Please check her out if you get a chance. If one of the mods could drop her link, I really appreciate that. Michelle Farrell, good to see you, and thank you. I hope you did enjoy last night's show. Let me see here. Thank you, CR, for that. I've had quite a few comments on that show, so I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house, guys. Hey, what's going on, sis? Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. T2014's in the house. Good to see you. Nelly, great to have you here, dear. Always love seeing you. And it's always a pleasure when Miss Sleuthy joins us. Always. There she is. Molly Drake's in the house, guys. Thank you for being here, Molly. I appreciate you so very much. So, like I said, what is going on? The defense quit right before his hearing today. What? Something is crazy with this. We know that there's been some weird stuff going on in this case, guys. We know that. Kelly Mack, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I kind of feel bad for him at this point. I really do. If this man, even if he's guilty of doing this, he deserves his time in court, his day in court, the time to put it out there. But now we got to reschedule the hearing. We have to reappoint a defense team for him and get things rolling. The filing ahead of the hearing, and then this makes no. Yeah, I know, and that's why I'm glad you're here, Salty, because I want to hear what you're going to have to say. I really do. Miss Carolyn Miller in the house. What's going on, Carolyn? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Excuse me. Fat baby Toodles, or should I say the thick infants in the house. What's going on, Toodles? Thank you for joining us today. I think I got everybody. If I missed you guys, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I think I seen everybody, though. But thank you all for being here. And please, if you will, leave that DNA on the like button on the way in the door. Click that bell so you don't miss anything. Emma1, thank you for joining us today. That way we can do this on a regular, folks, and I appreciate it. I really do. Please, if you can, leave a comment after the show. Good, bad, indifferent, whatever it is. Let me know if you love me, hate me, love the show, hate the show, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. There it is. Thank you there for that link. Nellie B's channel, Beyond the Pale. Check it out, folks. It's a great thing. She's a great lady. She does some great stuff, and I really appreciate her. And we need to give her credit where credit's due. Go over there, show some love, subscribe if you have not. Check it out, guys. You will not be disappointed. I can promise you that much. Thank you, Miss Wisdom, as well. Please like, subscribe, share, hit that notification bell. That way you don't miss anything that we do in here. Goodness gracious almighty. Thank you so very much, Pebbles, for that. Gifted a true crime membership to, looks like Miss Sherry M. N. Sorry. Thank you for that, Pebbles, so very much. You are appreciated. And Miss Sherry, welcome to the sauce with all the rest of these awesome meatballs in here, floating around with me as we spill sauce day after day, trying to come up with some interesting theories, scenarios, and some answers to these things that we talk about. JC Marty, thank you for joining us today. Thank you so much, Pebbles. You are appreciated. I hope you guys can hear this stuff in the background if it's still working. I don't know how to have my things in, so If it's not, let me know. If it is, Miss Kells in the house. What's going on? Nellie B gifted another one. That is so Miss. You did not have to do that, Miss Nellie, but we appreciate you. Looks like Miss Bonnie Messick was gifted a membership. Well, how about that? Welcome back to the sauce, Miss Bonnie. How about that one? And I know you were already looking about that too. How about that? You're amazing, Nellie. Thank you for that so very much. And I hope you guys are subscribing over there to Nellie. I'm telling you guys, if you like it here, you'll love it there. I can promise you that. Definitely can promise you that. Looks like North Carolina Mountain Man was gifted a membership as well from Nellie B. That's so very awesome. Thank you, Nellie, again. We love you so much. And again, welcome back to the sauce for those of you that are just joining. We appreciate you. Some new meatballs in the house. Hey, hey. Rock Chalk has been having problems with this, guys. Anybody that's gifting, if you're using iPhones, I guess she's struggling. She used to have no problem doing it, and now she can't. I looked into it. I don't know what to say, but Emma One was gifted by Nellie B again. Thank you, Nellie, so very much. Pebbles again. What is going on, ladies? What are we doing here? Who did Pebbles gift to? Looks like Michelle Weddle gifted a membership. Wow. Hey, hey, hey. Thank you so much, Pebbles, again. You guys are amazing. You both rock and roll at the same time. That is amazing. You know what? I need to fix that so I can hear what is going on. Sorry, folks. Give me a second here. Yes, now Miss Bonnie definitely can jump in that Discord. Bonnie's been here for a long time and has been a member for a long time, so there is no qualms with that. 1 second here. Sorry, everybody. Hopefully this helps. Carrie Louise, welcome back. Good to see you. Oh, we don't want that. All right, all right. And again, Miss Nellie, what are you doing? Miss Carrie Louise gifted a membership right out the door from, looks like Miss Nellie again. Thank you so much for that. Congrats to you guys. Why is this doing this? Whoa. Yeah. We don't want that. Okay. That's a little bit better. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you all so very much. That is awesome. I love you guys. I do so very much. And then welcome again, new meatballs. Welcome to the sauce. I'm glad you're able to help us spill this sauce as we talk about this crazy stuff. Looks like Miss Emma has been, well, that was quick, a member for 1 month. Crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. And now, oh my goodness gracious, what is going on here? Looks like Pebbles just gifted 5 memberships. CR just gifted 5 memberships. Miss Carrie Persula gifted. Keith A. B. Boop gifted. Josie was gifted a membership. Kami Q gifted a membership. Kate Pruitt or CJ gifted a membership. Amethyst Noor, Nat Cat, D. Marie, all things silver. Good gracious almighty. That deserves a whole lot of that. And some of this. Absolutely, yes. And what? Oh my God. You guys are on fire today. Thank you so very much. Oh, please, please, please. All you guys, please know how much that's appreciated. We love you guys so very much. I appreciate that so much. So very much. Which was that? Welcome. Good to see you. And great, amazing, generous people in here. Absolute. Yes. It is amazing. This community is beyond lovely. I love it. Thank you so very much, Nellie. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Yes, Salty. Yes. Really. I love hearing these things. It makes me feel very good. And thank you for that. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem. It was turned up too loud. Excuse me. War Eagle in the house. I gotta say it. Roll Tide Roll. Thank you for joining us. Goodness gracious. Tina B gifted 5 memberships just now. It looks like Michelle, nope, Irene Clobber gifted a membership. Annie Ruler, Peaches 81, Haunted Rabbits, and Coppendoffer Sucks gifted a membership. That's amazing. Thank you so very much. That is amazing. Again, Tina B, you rock and roll. I love it. I love it. I love you all. Nelly B, CR, Pebbles. Every one of you guys are amazing. Thank you for that. And all of you are amazing in here because you are the beautiful people. I appreciate that so very much. And thank you, Nelly, again. Thank you, Bee Boop. Yes, that's right, Deborah. Welcome to all the new meatballs. We do love you guys. We're boiling over now. We're going to need another pot, guys. I'm telling you right now. And I have to add some more sauce to this. It absolutely, Pebbles. Wait, did you do it again? No, that's the one. Okay, it showed up over here. Sorry. Yeah, Delphi definitely has big problems, Marty. You're not lying, buddy. Or I hope that's Marty, as in a male. If I'm wrong, please catch me. I'm sorry. JC Marty. If you're not male, my apologies. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Why it allows sometimes and sometimes it doesn't. Emma1, thank you so much for that. $1.99 super sticker. That is amazing. Goodness gracious, what's going on? Looks like Miss Lana's in the house. Truth and transparency. Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate you, dear. Good to see you. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're having a great day. And again, welcome to all the new members. I appreciate that so very much. And I'm super happy to have you guys in here boiling in the sauce with us as we spill a little bit. Bambi P, welcome. Good to see you. Randy Fur, my brother, what's happening? MK, what's up? Good to see you. Did you drop another 5 pebbles? Oh my God, you did. Goodness gracious. Almighty. Holy hell. What is going on with that? Looks like which that was illusion times 13. Smartass Patriot, Abracadabra, and Heather Mosher gifted memberships. Again, thank you so much, Pebbles. You are appreciated so very much. I can't even explain it. Yeah, I did hear that one of the attorneys didn't, but I don't know. Thank you for that, Zelda. I appreciate that, guys. Anybody that has or would like to donate to the channel via these apps, that is so very much appreciated. Definitely not something expected, but appreciated. Michelle Farrell, thank you so much for that. Another super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Cindy Lee. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you all here once again. I appreciate you guys so much for everything you do. Wow, that's amazing. And then, of course, Miss Bonnie Messick has been a member, like I said, it says for 4 months. I think YouTube's messed up somewhere in there with that stuff because it doesn't seem to make sense sometimes. But again, that is important to me because Bonnie has been here for a while. I know that. So congrats and thank you for being part of this family and this community, Bonnie. We love you. Yes, yes, yes. It's awesome. So again, like I said, guys, all the excitement to the side for one moment. We're going to talk about what is going on over there. The hearing was expected today. We knew that. We were going to probably end up talking about that. And then kaboom, right before the hearing, most of the defense walks away. What's up with that? What is up with that? That's a little weird to me. Um, Interesting. Thank you, Bambi. I appreciate that. Thanks for the info, and it's great to have you here. And you did it again, Miss Pebbles. Gifted another membership. Where's that at? I gotta look at the bottom here. And it looks like Fat Baby Toodles. Welcome to the sauce. Again, another meatball in the house. And thank you so very much, Pebbles. You are appreciated, as always. Yes, the world has lost it. I agree with you on that one. That happened a while back, though. Again, welcome to all of the new meatballs, all the new family members. We appreciate you so very much. It's great to have you guys here in the sauce. Poopa, what's going on, my dear? Good to have you here. So great to see you. All right, all right. No worries, War Eagle. No need to even think about worrying about it. What's up, Doodlebug? What's going on? I understand, MK. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know, Molly, Nelly. I would like to think, but just saying. I know one thing, it's a little bit crazy. So we're going to check something out that explains a bit about it real quick, and then we'll talk about it. And like I said, I really want to hear what you guys have to say about this today. So that's kind of where we're going with it. All right. And let me know how the audio is for all this stuff, by the way, because like I said, I was playing with the audio. I had some problems last night with it. So let's see what we got here. All right, all right. Wait a minute. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. All right, off to the races, and let's check this out real quick.
County Circuit Court's now in session. Elmo Frankel presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. We on?
No,
All right,
Rock
we are
Talk.
on
We
record in
haven't.
State of Indiana versus Richard Allen, 08C012210MR1. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. McClellan, Mr. Luttrell, for your patience. We've had an unexpected turn of events, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier this afternoon, the defense attorneys have withdrawn their representation of Mr. Allen. Mr. Baldwin made an oral motion to withdraw. I granted that oral motion to withdraw, and Mr. Rosie will be submitting a written motion to withdraw, I'm assuming within the next couple of days. They have confirmed with the court that Mr. Allen's financial situation remains static, meaning he is continuing to be entitled to appointed counsel. I will reach out to public defenders to make that appointment. As Mr. Allen is now without counsel, I've ordered him transported back to the Department of Correction. Mr. McClellan, I know that we have already scheduled a hearing in the Carroll Circuit Court October 31st at 9 a.m. I'd like to maintain that hearing if we can, please. I think at that point we can have counsel appointed. I'd like to set a new trial date. Obviously, I don't believe counsel will be prepared within the next couple of months to try a case of this magnitude in January. So we'll set dates for the trial. I think we need to set a date as well for the suppression hearing that was filed now by former counsel. I have asked the attorneys to provide all of the discovery previously provided back to the state of Indiana. I know I entered a protective order on the discovery, and honestly, I don't remember when that was. I think it was in April of this year, perhaps, maybe sooner. But the attorneys have been ordered to provide all of that discovery back to the state. And if you would maintain that until such time as it can be turned over to successor counsel, I would appreciate that, Mr. McClellan. I've also asked the defense attorneys to cooperate with successor counsel. They're not required to do that, but I think that they will in the best interests of Mr. Allen. They're not required to provide any of their work product, but they will be required and have indicated that they will cooperate with successor counsel. So obviously, without counsel, Mr. Allen's hearing cannot proceed. I apologize that I know many of you have been waiting for several hours. I know, Mr. McClellan, you and your staff, and you had some witnesses here that came earlier to have the hearing, but clearly this is outside of our control. So is there anything, Mr. McClellan, that you'd like to state for the record?
No, Your Honor, I think we can address the other issues at the October 31st court date.
All right. With that being said, then, we are in recess. Thank you. I'll see you in October.
All rise.
And there it is. So Nellie made a comment and said that maybe the defense has a plan. Maybe. I don't know, because they know that that would stop this hearing from going forth. We do know what we talked about the other day with the leaked photos and things that have happened, and there was somebody that lost their life over that scenario. Very sad situation, but welcome, Judith. Good to see you. I don't know what's going on, guys. I can't tell you I do. I have some thoughts, but again, it is a bit concerning. I agree with you on that, Carolyn. But that's what we're going to talk about it today, guys. And I'm going to give you guys the option to do that. As I always do, I give you guys a platform to speak about this stuff on. So we'll see what this is all about. I'm sure soon, but True Crime Cafe, I think pressure has been put on the defense, step down or have big court spectacle getting removed. Rossi, the lead, has not turned in his papers yet. And I wonder if he's going to. That was what Lana had just said here a little bit ago. And I'm curious to see what happens. If Rossi drops out as well, what's going on, and why? I wish Eddie was in here today. I don't see him yet. Maybe he hasn't seen it yet. But either way, so that's what we're going to do, guys, is I'm going to give you guys the floor, and then we're going to discuss these things. So what I need to do then is to pin this in the chat real quick, guys, for you. And that's for anybody at all that would like to express their feelings, their thoughts, their theories, their opinions about this. That's what this is about, folks. So, excuse me. It is quite confusing. I have to agree with that. Kelly Max says defense corroborated that they had no privacy, maybe intimidation. It's possible. I don't want to say one thing or another because I don't know. The link is in the chat pinned. So anybody that would like to jump up here with me, please, that's what today's about. Is we're going to talk about this and what the hell is going on, what we think, maybe what we think. I'm sure there's going to be quite a bit of speculation toward this, but again, we did just deal with and see this whole leaked information, and it was stated that it could possibly cause problems with the case. What's the deal? Is that what it is? I don't know. I know I'd love to hear from Salty. I'd love to hear what she has to say about this. If you're still here, Salty, please, take a seat up here next to me and let's talk about this. Looks like Miss Nellie B is jumping up here, of course. Another one I'd love to hear from. Here we go. All right. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Nice to see you guys.
You as well. Thank you for joining us today. How are you?
I'm okay. I had to block the back off there because I haven't washed up.
That's okay. You're okay. No worries. I trust you. Always have. So no problem.
Well, this case, I just keep thinking it has to be to do with the leaked photos.
That's my thought too. I mean, this just came out of nowhere, obviously, but with the leaked photos and things that just happened this past week, that's the only option that floated through my mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think that what disappoints me is that the defense, well, either they've got a plan and the whole leaked photos thing was part of that, or
Mhm.
they just have thrown it out there and it's a hit and run. And imagine being Richard Allen sitting there with no defense.
Right. I mean, I'm sure he was just kind of like, what the hell is not. And I'm not saying, like I said, if this man's guilty of this, then he's guilty of this and he deserves what he gets. But if he's not, you know, I feel bad for him in that sense. But even if he is guilty, I kind of feel bad because he deserves
Yeah,
his day. We all know that.
yeah.
And we have to look at this as though he's innocent till proven guilty. Well, now with all this going on, and we do know that the leaked photo situation started with somebody that used to work for the defense at some point. Okay.
Okay.
And that's where that starts at. And then it moved on down the line to these other people. And sadly and unfortunately, another person lost their life over this scenario. They're saying so,
Yeah, I mean, I just feel a real darkness with this
yes,
case.
yes,
Really, it's really dark. And I tell you why I've got major, major suspicions. It's the PCA. And when it came out, I hadn't done a lot of digging on this case, but I started and I actually read the PCA with a kind of clear mind. I didn't know too much about it, and none of it made sense to me because you had these witnesses, and they all allegedly saw the same person.
yeah,
So we had jeans jacket, we had light blue jacket, we had tan jacket, we had all in black, 5'10",
right,
and none of their descriptions matched Rich Guy apart from one. And I don't know, and then you had the cars. So you
right,
had a purple SUV or a smart car. Actually say that they felt that the descriptions of the cars could have matched Richard Allen's car.
right,
How?
right, right,
How? It's a Ford Focus. How does a
exactly.
smart car and a purple SUV, I can't remember the other description. How does that match a black Ford Focus?
It doesn't. It doesn't at all. It's very.
Bizarre to me.
There's a lot to this that has come out to be not what we thought it was, in a sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, and I don't know. Sorry about all that. I'm a little bit thrown with this case lately. I didn't initially follow this very closely in the beginning. I mean, I knew about it. I followed it because it's crime, so that's what we do. But um, I didn't get in depth with it because I was working, other stuff,
Yeah.
and a couple of different things. So I just didn't like really go into it. But then, when the new stuff came up a few months back, I started getting close to it again, started looking into it again, started reading through it again. And, with the help of a couple great people in here, part of this community, Salty, she was very into it, helped with a lot of stuff, sent me a lot of stuff on this, and we're looking at it a lot. And now this. So,
Mhm.
and then we had the Odinism, paganism angle with this that popped up, and it's like, okay. So, and we waited 6 years for all this, you guys. 6 years.
Yeah, it's a long
Okay.
time.
Which is just too long for me. These poor little girls, there was no justice. There has been no justice. They come out of nowhere with this gentleman. They arrested him. He was an employee for CBS. He wasn't nobody in super important. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing that he worked for CBS. I'm just saying like he's not somebody, up in the upper echelon working for the government or this or that or anything like that. He just was an everyday Joe, or everyday Richard. And he's arrested and they match him up with this, that. And I was never comfortable with that when he was arrested, that that he was that person on the bridge. I never thought he was bridge guy. Okay. Looking at what you could see was his face. It didn't match up. Then we got the sketches. Okay.
Oh, the sketches are something else, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, so sorry.
That's okay.
So there's that. And then absolutely Wonder Woman. And thank you for being here. And you too, Sunflower. Sunflower says, I think the defense was afraid to get involved or endanger themselves, their own lives with this cult. And you know, a lot of people have stated that lately, that people are nervous, people are scared. And
But they already involved themselves.
What's that?
They already involved themselves. They put all this out there and now they've done a runner.
Mm-hmm.
I struggle with that. I think, how do you, I mean, that I read through the whole 136-page document, which was, you know, it took a long time to get through it. And it's massive, isn't it? And it seems to me like they put all this out there, and now there are these leaked photos, and now they've done a runner. I don't understand.
I agree. I really agree. And I don't, other than like that last comment does make some sense. Okay. It does make a little bit of sense about fear, possibly. Maybe, I mean, I don't know what, you know, the realism is with this whole cult thing or any of that stuff and how close it is to being true. But if people are walking away from this like this, it tells me something, that somebody's afraid of something, possibly. Okay. Or like you said, maybe this is a ploy or a plan or something to change something, you know, to help them out the way that they want to. Or that's my thought. It's either one side or the other.
Yeah.
It's either this is a plan and they have something planned, or they're just done and they're moving along. They're getting away from it while they can. And if that's the case, if that's what the answer to this is, that's scary to me. Okay.
Yeah.
When you have attorneys that are, if that's what it is, that are afraid to represent somebody because of the situation, we have a problem, Houston. Okay.
I feel they're afraid, Jago, because they have really thrown mud at the wall here. They've just hurled all the mud they've got on the wall, and they've now leaked these photos, and now they've done a runner. So I'm wondering, this is only a theory, have they got, like I said before, a sort of plan that we're going to hurl the mud on the wall as close to the knuckle as we can, and then we're going to withdraw, and now you're going to take over? Because I don't think, if you're afraid, you don't even begin that journey, do you? You know what I mean? Do you?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Did they know, Nellie, did they know the other stuff with the cult thing and this and that? You know, maybe that actually did bring some fear. You know what I mean?
Well, they did know, didn't they? Because they put it all in that document.
They did, but the realism of it, maybe they know something that we're not, we're not prone to.
Way more to it that we don't know.
That's what I'm saying. And that could have put a little bit of a fire behind them, and they're just kind of like, whoa. And Mandy's right, by the way. You can't just quit. You have to put forth a motion the judge has to approve, which she did. She said she approved it, and we still haven't seen Rossi with his motion yet. And I'm curious to see if he does or if he doesn't. If he does, that's going to say a lot. If he doesn't, then I'm going to go with this was some sort of a plan to do something more. Okay. But it is bizarre.
Bizarre. And do you know what? I can't help. I don't know. You see, I do look at Bridge Guy, and he does look like Bridge Guy. However, I also think Ron Logan looks like Bridge Guy. And there's a possibility Brad Holder is a bit of a Bridge Guy. And I'm not sure the audio matches the visuals. So
I don't think it does at all. I don't think it does at all. I have to agree.
And I wonder if, this is just spitballing, okay? Imagine Richard Allen is walking across that bridge. Say that was him. And what if he went, guys, guys, as in, hi, guys, and moved on, and someone else said down the hill way later. My point is, we don't know the entirety of that audio or that video.
Yes.
And what if he was just innocently going for a walk and Libby managed to capture him on film? Because the other thing I think was, how many years before nobody recognized him? It's none of it makes sense to me at all.
Right. And well, here's the thing though. My opinion, I'll just say my opinion. I don't think Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. I don't. That's me personally. That's just me. And I'm not saying that because I have a fact to prove that, but I just don't. Something about that does not match up to me. Okay.
I'll be honest, Dago. Sorry to interrupt, but I never ever looked into Ron Logan until really recently, and someone showed a video of him walking and I thought, oh, and I know the guy's passed away and there's no proof of anything, but I did think it could be him. Maybe.
Okay. Let me say this. In the beginning, of course, because I didn't know anything else, I was accepting of that. Okay, that's fine. That's who it is, so on and so forth. But then once you look at it, I was just like, wow. And then I think what convinced me after a while, at least in my opinion, that I didn't believe he was, Brian Hoffman, welcome, great to see you, was that when Brad Holder came out, when we saw and we were introduced to who Brad Holder was, I was just like, wait a minute. And we've seen certain hats and the way that people walk and the gait, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
These are the things that as true crime investigators or whatever we call ourselves, these are the things we look at when we research things. Okay. And that it opened a different door in my mind in this case for those things. And I was just kind of like, wow, that's different. Okay. Logan, all of that stuff, it starts to make things look different to me in a sense. It's like, well, now what's going on? And then we hear how, I had never known that the rune style, the tree limbs, the way they were laying, and the F on the tree, and all these things started making me like look at this differently. And I'm definitely a lot more mesmerized by it than I was before. Okay. So at this point, that's why I like to do this and have you guys come up here and express your feelings on this, because, I'm just one opinion. My opinion is what it is. It's just an opinion. So, I'm really curious because I did notice when I did the show, I showed the differences between Odinism, paganism, and what was being done here, the real sides to it, the wrong sides to it, this, that, the twisting of everything, all that. We talked about that a couple weeks back. And we saw what had been going on with Richard Allen. We watched his complete total transformance. He doesn't even look like the same person. Why was he sent to a prison before his trial? All these little things that come into effect, a lot along the lines of what we've dealt with in Idaho. Okay.
Yeah.
And so now this big thing happens today, and here we are. What is going on?
What I find interesting is I've seen a couple of channels who do the voice comparisons.
Right.
So if you've got, there's one of Richard Allen on a ski lift or something going, the wheelchair's coming up. And then you compare it with the crime audio. When you listen to that, you think, yeah, it could be him. And then you hear Brad Holder and you think, oh my God, yeah, it could be him. And then you hear Patrick Westfall, and then you hear them all merged together. And actually, I end up thinking, actually, it could be any of them. But when I heard the three of them, I did genuinely feel that Richard Allen was less likely to be the one. I actually thought Brad Holder's voice sounded more.
I could agree with you. I can agree with you. Yes, ma'am.
But you know, when someone plays something over and over again, you start believing it.
Well, and that's just like everything. I've said this too. And again, this goes along with the Idaho case as well. When we look at something enough, you start to see something, even if it's not there, because our mind, we're being told what, just like back when I did the audio. Yeah, Mandy, the Linda Lane footage, when I did the audio from the house, we listened to it again and again and again and again, and it was transcribed. There was writing on there to tell you what it's saying. You're hearing what you're looking at because
Yeah.
that's what our mind does. If we go into something, as I'll call it, naked, okay, with nothing, we can hear something different or see something different. The power of our mind, you know how this works. It's just there. Power of suggestion. Thank you, Pebbles. Power of suggestion is very strong.
Absolutely.
That is what, like, we see Richard Allen. That's the person that they have in custody. We start hearing these things and seeing these things. Okay, that's him. Until now.
Yeah, it's like the what did you say to Adam? Now, for me, that's very clear. What did you say to Adam? I told Adam everything. But it's
Right.
the bit that Jack S. It's that bit where everyone's like, he says they're going to get you for this, Maddie.
Right.
Now, if I hadn't been fed, we're going to get you for this, Maddie, I don't think I'd have heard it.
Yes.
Once I knew that's what I was listening for, I heard it.
See, I never heard it. You're right. I never heard that. I heard a couple different things. It's very hard to hear to begin with, but then, like you said, I had multiple people say they're going to get you for that. Then I heard that,
Yeah,
like you said.
same as me.
So there it is.
Yeah,
And it goes right along with this case as well, I feel. So now,
really careful that we don't get swayed.
yes, it's
Really,
very hard.
I've been swayed, definitely. And then I take a step back and think, well, hang on, don't look at the screen. Take a step away, take half an hour out, go back to it. Don't look at the screen. What can you hear? And
That's
more
right.
often than not, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what I hear.
Yes. Yes. That's right. And you are absolutely right with that. And that, you guys, is why we have to, like she just said, we have to be very careful with all of these cases. Okay.
Yeah.
We have to be very careful as to what we're seeing and hearing. You know, we do this every day. We deal with this every day. Nellie's in that boat as well. She has, by the way, that was a wonderful live you did the other day. I was so grateful to be there.
Thank you so much for coming. It was just, do you know what? I just sat there and went, just press live, see what happens. And I'm glad I did it.
You did wonderful. I was so grateful to see you up there.
Thank you.
Very proud to have you out there doing that too. You're doing a great job. Very, very good job.
Very much. Thank you.
But yeah, you know, Nellie's doing that. I do that. Lana's out here. Jules is doing it. Harsh is doing it. AR Hayes now is. We're all doing these things, the same thing, but each one of us at the same point at some time are going to end up in the same corner with the same stuff. And that's why we kind of bounce off each other. You know, Nellie has her parts in it. I do. What did Nellie have to say? Well, that sounds interesting. I want to know what did Jules say? Well, let's think about that. Let's talk about that. That's why I like to do this stuff here. So it's very interesting the way this happens. I've never in my life seen cases like these cases we've been dealing with over the past year.
No.
It is absolute insanity. It really is. So, you know, I that's why I'm so curious to hear everybody's opinions and thoughts on this, because I know how I think and feel. That doesn't mean it's right. Okay. So thank you so very much for expressing your thoughts on this too. It means a lot. It really does. So there's a lot of people in here stating do we think that they were forced to resign? Were they intimidated? Were they threatened? Were they uncomfortable? Welcome back, Kim. I missed you as well. 12 months. Look at that. 12 months she's been a member. That's amazing. 1 second, man. I'm so sorry.
Brilliant.
Absolutely wonderful, Kim. We love you, and it's great to have you back. Good to see you. But again, it's very weird. But the thing that I'm curious about is everybody else resigned but Rossi. Okay. we'll see. Randy Hansen, thank you for joining us, Randy, is saying they resigned to protect their families. Is
Oh,
that,
God.
is that a thought? Because if it is, again, like I said, it's very scary. What's up, Walt? Good to see you. So yeah, that, I mean, I don't know which way to go with this, guys. I really don't. I'm very curious, though. I'm very curious. Congrats,
Sorry,
Gator, and
sorry, I've missed it. So there's one member of the defense that's left.
yes, Rossi is still there. As of today, as of right now, there haven't been any motions put forth, so we'll see.
Well, that's weird. That is really odd. I'm sorry, I hadn't picked up on the fact there was one left.
Oh, it's okay. And again, Sherry says it's weird how the judge let the defense walk away. And it is interesting. I was going to make that comment and how she approved everything like that. There was nothing to talk about. And I think, you know, if they put in their motion why, maybe that's what it is. And that's something we don't know. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to throw something in here. Do you think there is a chance they've discovered something that incriminates Richard Allen? And after all the stuff they've put out about the Odinist and all, and they fought his corner, suddenly something's come up that has incriminated him, and therefore they've walked because of that? Is that an option?
Well, that's a huge option. Or there's somebody altogether or some buddies altogether different that could be suspects now, and that's another option.
Okay. Yeah.
But I don't know. Okay, that's the thing. We don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they found something that would incriminate him more. I would think they would be it would be more up to them to stay there.
Okay.
Do their job. That's my opinion. I don't know. I'm not an attorney, you know, we're not, but we do the best we can with what we know. I don't know. I don't really know. It's crazy.
Do you
It's
guys
a lot to think
remember
about.
there's a case that was around a similar time. I'm sorry, I was quite into this case at the time I started researching this. There were two other girls who went riding on their bikes. I can't remember where it was. And they were found deceased and staged. And they thought Richard Allen could have been associated with it. Do you guys remember that? I'll try and find it.
I do.
And
I do
these.
not remember that.
Oh, hi.
Welcome, Lily.
Hey, how are you?
Good, sir. I do remember that, Nelly. I can't remember the names and stuff like that, but I do remember it happening.
And they thought there was a link because he traveled with his job or something at the time. And I'm going to go, but anyway, I'll leave that there because I'm going to go back and look at that case because I tell you why it interested me was that we'd learned that Libby and Abby had been staged close together.
Yes.
And this couple of girls who'd gone off on their bikes had been the opposite. They'd definitely been staged, but they were further apart.
Right.
There were similarities, but anyway, I'll go back to that. But going back to just briefly Richard Allen, my problem with this, as I said, the PCA doesn't ring true to me because the descriptions are left, right, and centre, and the cars. But the other thing is, if we really think about this, okay, if he had a gun, he could control them and take them down the hill.
Right.
But is he going to do all of that on his own in broad daylight? I can't quite get my head around that.
I can't see that either. Not with two children. And here's the thing: if he didn't have a gun, which it's been talked about that he may have had something in his pocket, your bridge guy did at least, okay?
Yeah.
And said, hey, get down now, down the hill, whatever it is, so on and so forth. But without anything to intimidate, why wouldn't they just run off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did he know them? Is there any kind of connection at all?
No, not with Richard.
I don't believe so. Excuse me, you two, if you don't mind, you can talk for just 1 second. My son's here. I have to deal with him real quick. I'll be right back.
Sure. Unless it's all speculation, but unless he was involved with Keegan Klein and
Mhm.
that side of things, if we took Richard Allen as an isolated person, there is no connection, as far as I know.
Wow.
But yeah, like Mandy Joe said, there is a connection with Brad Holder's son because he was going out with Abby. He was dating Abby.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, I'm not too far into this case. I just know, to me, it just doesn't, I don't know. I'm trying to just figure out some kind of physical evidence they have.
The only physical evidence they have, as far as I know, is this bullet, this unspent bullet that was buried, apparently. And they've only got this, the defense have said they've got no chain of, is it chain of command or custody? Sorry, I've gone blank. But
Probably command.
yeah, command. So they've only got a photograph, apparently, of this bullet in the ground. They haven't got anything afterwards. And so, God, they could just take a photo, couldn't they, of any bullet in any ground and put it forward as evidence.
Well, that's my question though. Is if they don't have, damning evidence, why are defense lawyers quitting?
Well, I think defense lawyers, as far as I know,
Or whatever's going on.
well, I think they've released crime scene photos. I think they've leaked photos of the crime scene, as far as I know, that have been.
So because of the nature of the crime is why they're dropping?
Well, we're guessing. We're all guessing, really. They put all this stuff out that, it's Odinists. It's, it was a very staged crime scene. They've had like rune-like symbols painted on the tree in blood, all the rest of it. So the defense have put all this stuff forward. This is what I find really weird. They put all this stuff forward. They've thrown mud at the walls and gone, this. The prison guards are Odinists. Basically, this is all cult stuff, and now they've quit. So they've thrown all this stuff out there, and now they're doing a runner. So if anyone else can shed light on that, that would be great, because I can't make sense of it at all.
Yeah, see, that's, I don't know, it's just odd. The whole thing is, I mean, and like I said, unless it's because of the nature of it, and that's, but I don't know, I never heard of something like that.
I just think they're quitting because recently actual crime scene photos allegedly have been leaked by the defense. So are they quitting to save their jobs, to save their necks?
Well, I mean, I don't know. So defense leaked crime scene photos, and then they just quit.
Yeah.
and nobody finds that odd. Like, what the hell?
Like, yeah, exactly. What the hell? But, we're just all kind of wondering what the hell is going on.
I mean, I asked why this guy aged 30 years in a year. I mean, the guy looks like he can't even, he's going to die in the next couple months. And something just stinks about this. But again, it's a horrific, obviously it's a horrific crime, and,
Well, and that's another thing too. People have talked about the fact that he confessed to this. Okay. I don't hold any bone or any kind of weight with that, because seeing how he is transformed into the person he's transformed into since he's been in that prison, and hearing that there's been some psychological issues going on. Welcome, Lynn 69. It almost makes me wonder, was he coerced to say that? Was he doing it because he was not in his right mind? I mean, what was going on with that,
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing, folks. Thank you, Salty. And we have to remember that with all of this, with every one of these cases, that's what this channel is based on. That's what I base everything on. Every case I've ever covered on. Innocent until proven guilty, period. And end of story. We haven't seen that.
I'm just saying,
Right.
you know, put up a picture of him, what, 11, 12 months ago, whatever it was, compared to like now, looks like a different person.
Completely different. Yes.
Mhm.
So, you know, will the guy even make it to trial? So how does
Yeah.
that work? If somebody is standing trial and they don't make it to trial and they die or whatever happens to them, does it just go down as they did it?
Right. Right. That's
Uh,
interesting.
Andy Joe has said not leaked by the not leaked by the defense. My God. So maybe those facts are incorrect. I'd heard, you see, this is how Chinese whispers start. I'd heard that the defense allegedly leaked these photos, but Mandy Joe says, oh my God, not leaked by the defense. So I apologize if that's incorrect, but that's the rumor I heard.
But what
Well,
jail is not feeding him?
Well, why is he in prison? He's not even in jail, is he? He's in prison.
What do you mean he's in prison?
he's in a prison. He's been being held in a prison, not the county jail.
What?
That's
Hey,
one of the big.
No, sorry, I'll comment. Sorry, carry on.
You're okay. That was one of the big questions we all had. Was like, why? They said it was for his safety. I don't believe that.
So
I'm sorry.
basically, the defense leaked photos and just quit. So now the public's, you know, now the crime scene photos are out, and people keep me even more enraged at this guy and take it for face value for what it is. I see exactly what this is. You're telling me the dude's in prison and not jail right now, and he's not convicted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the guy looks like he's dying.
Yeah.
Jesus mighty.
Well, and it's not all. Listen, let me make sure this is clear. What my understanding is that he was refusing to eat, so a lot of that is his own volition, that he's losing weight and things like that. Okay. Why is he doing that? You know, I don't know. We don't know what's going on in there. We don't know what it's all about. This, that, and everything else. So I don't understand. I just don't understand how is that for his safety? How is putting him in population with so many more people, knowing what he did, what he's accused of doing, I should say, and how things go on in prisons, okay, rather than keeping him in a smaller unit where they can watch him closer with more people around would be better for his safety. I don't understand that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you would think that you know, a defense attorney would drop out if the evidence was so damning that they would look and, you know, risk their lives or whatever they think, you know, trying to represent him. But if the evidence isn't there, what would be your reason to, number one, leak the crime scene photos, but number two, just drop out after leaking the crime scene photos?
And that's the thing. You can't just, Mandy keeps saying that. You can't just drop out. The judge had to say,
well, you know,
they put forth a motion. I know what you're saying, though. I know what you mean. They had to put forth a motion. The judge had to agree to that motion for whatever reason, and she did.
Is it a public defender or a paid lawyer?
Public defenders.
Well, that makes sense then.
Yeah, I think they're saving their jobs, maybe.
Yeah, they're all public.
They reserve that right to, for whatever reason, say, I'm not comfortable with this. I would like to put forth a motion to recuse myself from this case. And then she said, I approved this. You heard her say, I approved it. They put forth a motion, but we're still waiting on one who hasn't done it. So like I said, what Nellie said was that maybe this is a plan. If he doesn't recuse himself from this or whatever, quit, whatever you want to call it. Okay. If he doesn't, maybe that was the whole scenario. Maybe that's what it's all about. They're bringing in new people. Maybe that was what they wanted. Maybe the team. I just don't know, and that's why we're talking about it. So, I don't know how to look at this point, but I will say one thing, and I do full and wholeheartedly agree with Salty that this is, in my opinion, because of the leaked photos. That's my opinion.
Absolutely.
What I like about this chat is Willie did not know that Richard Allen was in a prison, and his response took us back to probably how we felt at the time. And for me, you can have a defense saying XYZ, we believe this, we think the prison guards are Odinists, we think this and this. And we can all say, oh, conspiracy, conspiracy. The biggest thing for me is that this man has been held in a prison from day one and has not been moved. Now, that to me is the biggest problem here. And this is why I'm really suspicious. Why would they keep him in a prison before he's been found guilty?
Yeah. And again, like I told you guys before, I do not know, I really don't even know details about this case. I just know the generality of what happened. So I'm kind of looking at this as, if I sound a little vulgar, I'm sorry. I just don't know the nature of the case. But to hear the facts of what you're saying and to see, what's going on, it's just to not think, to not have a feeling of something ain't right. I don't know how you can't, especially like you just said, if he's being held in a prison. I mean, I never heard of anybody being held in a prison before a trial happened.
I don't think anybody else has either. That's the big thing. Like, it's been like, why the hell is he there from the beginning?
I mean, you want to tell me it's for his own safety, then put him in, segregation in the damn jail. I mean, him being in a cell, you know what I mean?
And Willie, for his own safety, like you brought up earlier, is he going to make trial for his own health, for his own mental health, for his own physical?
That's what I mean. Nobody's going to tell me that, like right now, would you guys rather be, if God forbid you were accused of a crime, would you rather go to county jail or go to prison?
Well, until I was.
Well, and here's
so this guy's thrown right into, because usually like jail, when people are in jail waiting for their trial, it kind of like, and I don't know this guy's history, so you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. It kind of prepares them for, the prison aspect of, how prisons are run and stuff like that. This guy's just thrown into the prison, you're telling me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I know, he has absolutely no record.
Well, he started off in jail. He was in the jail for a while, okay? And then he was moved to the prison, and they said it was for his own safety and to protect him from certain things, okay? And then, as we noticed, he started declining. His health was declining. I mean, the man looks like two different people within a year's period of time.
Yeah.
That's not normal.
No.
That's what I'm saying. And, if you think about it,
while he was there. Now, like I said, once again, he has been refusing to eat and things like that. But why? Okay. And then he made phone calls to his wife stating, I did this at a certain period of time. But again, why? You know what I mean? That's what the thing is. And then,
Well, like you said, him being, okay, so is there more, is obviously convicted, but is there more killers, rapists and all kinds of stuff in prison or county jail? So like to say he's safer in a prison where there's convicted first degree murderers and people on death row and stuff like that. Yeah. How can you even say that as a reason,
Hey,
that is exactly my point. Like, why would you put him in that situation without even being able to say that he did this, knowing that he's going to have the issue? If he's not in, if he's in general population, good God, that's dangerous as all hell. Okay.
Yeah.
And then thank you, Salty. I was just getting ready to say that. At the same time, another inmate in there wrote to the warden and told him that Richard Allen was being mistreated and threatened.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. So there's that again. And we've also heard and seen that there were guards that worked there that had the Odinite markings on their bodies and things like that. And it makes you go, okay. And they were wearing patches on their uniforms, which have since been removed when it was brought to people's attention.
Yep.
But still, it makes you wonder, like, what is going on with this, 1 second. Yeah, I can't find your email, hon. If you can give me like the title of it, I'll look for it that way, but I don't see it yet.
This is weird, man.
It's very, very strange, very odd. Again, another case that we're all kind of like, what the hell is going on?
Well, Koberger, who's supposed to have unalived 4 people,
why is he okay?
He's in a county jail.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. What makes, because okay, if you give me what prison he's in, okay, and I somehow is able to look up the prisoners in that prison, I'm sure there's prisoners in that or in that jail or whatever that committed an act, either similar or worse or something around the nature of this, where they're in by themselves in a cell right now, protected. So why couldn't they have just put him in a cell in the county jail or moved him to another jail instead of moving him to a prison where now, like I said, he's subject to more
Why
harm?
couldn't they just put him in seclusion in the jail? Why couldn't they put him in protective custody in the county jail rather than putting him to a facility that's 4 times the size of the one he was in with 4 times the people that could hurt him?
Yeah, Richard Allen's in Westville,
Exactly.
isn't he? Westville.
Yes. Yeah, like Mandy said, throw him in prison as someone who unalived 2 children. Let's see what happens. Come on.
You know what I mean?
That's basically what it is. And Mandy, or I can't remember, somebody else said it might have been Mandy, that they want him deceased before the trial.
Yeah, I agree.
That's basically what that is, because then nothing else can be talked about.
I agree completely.
And here's the thing, though: if I saw those crime scene photos and I watched a documentary, right now, on what happened, in this case, I'd probably have a different feeling on how I'm speaking now. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what they're.
That's the thing, is the crime scene photos that they leaked are basically what would be classified as snuff child pornography photos, is what that looks like. Okay.
Jesus.
It's disgusting. It's beyond disgusting that anybody would let that out. Okay. And it was a succession of people that brought it up to, and then one of them ended up losing their life by their own hand because of the situation. So that says a lot to me. There's a lot that goes behind this, guys. And it's like, what the hell? So it's a lot.
Well, that's what upsets me is because I'm kind of Dag, I'm kind of true. I'm kind of new to true crime, and what I'm seeing right now on the cases that are pending and stuff is obviously Idaho doesn't smell right. This don't smell right, and now the research I've been doing for the past week or two, the most damning case that doesn't smell right is Karen Lee over here, my neighbor. I think it's Massachusetts, where they're saying that she hit her husband, who's a cop, and he died, but yet there's so much evidence pointing to foul play, and none of that's being spoke about. So there's 3 cases going on right now that are just, you look at it, and to the just an average person who doesn't really know about this stuff, it doesn't make sense. But you can lie to yourself and make it make sense if you look at the vulgarity of the crime. Like you said, the crime scene photos, the stories, the documentaries that the media does, and then you're more inclined to buy what you see rather than looking at the facts. And what I've seen, because I look at the facts, it upsets me that there's cases going on, because I've changed my mind. There you go. I don't think they have enough evidence, in my opinion, to even have an arrest on Brian Koberger right now.
I agree.
I have changed my opinion from seeing multiple occasions on many videos that I watched where they even had the blood type of a victim in the residence of somebody's house, and that wasn't even enough for a damn arrest. So if touch DNA is enough for an arrest, then again, the 99.9% of what I've watched so far is all wrong, because they never arrest the person. Not even, I mean, sometimes it's not even enough for questioning data. So it's,
100%. I do agree with you.
It's upsetting to see, because I just want justice for families, and I see that obviously there's something wrong with our court system, and I'm allowed to have an opinion, whatever. So
yes, sir.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
Real quick here, I'm trying to get this email that was sent to me from Yaya. I haven't seen it yet. That's why I asked what the title of it is or something. I can't find it in here. And make sure that you had the right email address, Yaya, because it's not popping up in my thing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go off. It just pissed me off.
What's that, buddy?
I didn't mean to go off. It just pisses me off.
No. You're listen. That's what this is all about, really.
What we're all thinking.
Yeah, that's what this is all about, brother. Is speaking your mind and expressing how you feel, dude. Because we all have the same thoughts. Okay, a lot of us don't are afraid to speak them sometimes. A lot of us don't want to be that person that is out there saying, "I believe this, this, and this," because you get attacked. You feel like sometimes, but
Yeah, and we are attacked. We are attacked.
that's
Definitely.
right.
Absolutely. I learned
But
to not give a shit though.
you know, like Willie, it sounds like you're starting on true crime right now. I started with Kylie Rodney, and that has gone by the wayside, and it
That's
frustrates
another one.
me.
Yes.
That really, I don't think she's
Yeah.
had justice at all.
It made me mad. That case, listen, I'll be honest with you guys. I've covered quite a few cases. A lot of you guys have been here with me for them. The Kylie Rodney case pissed me off. I'm still mad about it. The Summer Rose case pisses me off. I'm still upset about that. Deborah Collier, her case pissed me off. I'm still mad about that. Kylie Rodney, of course, like I said. The Idaho case makes me mad. This case makes me mad. Every one of these cases that we've covered has a bunch of bullshit in it. Okay.
Dago, we smell rats. Now,
yeah, exactly. It's rats. You're exactly right.
And the thing is, there's certain cases, you know, I'm fairly new to this. I've been going since Kylie Rodney, and there's a couple of cases where I watch them. I do a lot of, I love 48 Hours. I do their whole episodes, and and you think, oh my God, we're not idiots. We're like, yes, there's so much evidence in this case. This makes sense. So I've looked at Taylor Shabizner's case. I've looked at Laurie Chad Daybell. I've looked at probably 10 cases where I've sat back and gone, excuse me, you MFs, you are so guilty, it's embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like everyone looks at me and my channel and says, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. You don't believe anyone's guilty. It's like, well, no, I really, really do believe people are guilty.
Right.
And, but I don't get it with these cases. It's
emotion.
Sense. Yeah, and also the lack of evidence. You think, what, this is it? Like, you're like, what? So you've got a bullet buried in the ground and we've got no photographic evidence, and we've got witnesses that describe 5 different coats, and you're going to put him in jail for the rest of his life
because he had a bullet.
But if you take, they have the trial in the town, they release crime scene. I mean, they do all this to taint the public, instead of just allowing a fair trial and just allowing the process to work itself out. If you have the evidence,
the smear campaigns that has been from day one for Brian, for instance, and then you came out and were like, listen, I know who this guy is. I know people that know this guy. It's not all like this. There are good sides to this part, and it's like that's what everybody knows that, and that they don't want us to see any of that. None of that.
Well, that's what upset me is like, this, yeah, like the Idaho case is the Idaho case is my introduction to the true crime, world, and I knew this guy. So like it, obviously hits a little closer, but it hits a little closer when you actually know the people that, were close to him that, couldn't believe that the person that they were, really good friends with could do something like this. Now you see his aunt coming out saying that she thinks, everything, knowing his mom from being, her working at the school, and then seeing that it doesn't make sense, just it angers me. And that because this is my introduction to, hey, this is what our, justice system looks like. And it's like, what? Because I had this guy hung before they came out with the PCA. Obviously I called into T-Rep to kind of, because everybody was saying how he was an incel and all this kind of shit that wasn't true. So I had to at least clear that up. But as far as, after high school, I can't speak for, what happened to him. But again, just seeing the misinformation and just the media coming up with narratives on who somebody is and then taking that and running with it, it could do a lot of damage if the information is not correct. And that's what I've been seeing. And that's why I'm so upset, because like I said, this is my introduction to, hey, this is what our justice system is. And it's pathetic.
Whoa. Dago, hang on. Willie, are you the guy who knows Coburger?
Willie knows, he grew up in the same area of him and he knows of him. He wasn't friends with him.
Okay.
No, I wasn't friends with him. I just I grew up and yeah, we went to the same high school.
I came racing back.
Yeah, so like
Yeah,
Skylar,
that's
so
who
like
really
Skylar
is.
Thompson, the guy that he used to go jogging with.
Yeah. He's the one who was interviewed.
Yeah, so I used to work out with him every single day. Rich Pasqua, the guy on Fox with the long hair who they interviewed. You know, me and Rich go way back. So, and then there's also the guy who kind of influenced Brian to make that little rap song that he made. So I know, again, people that, you know, are close to him, close to his family. And again, I personally want the evidence to be there so I can just say, okay, you know, it's there. He did it. I don't know what happened in his life and put that to rest. But when it's like this, and to see how it's affecting and what's going on, because I could see it going on. It's crazy. It's crazy to see the opposite side rather than just from, you know, the prosecution standpoint. And I never thought I'd be in this kind of situation. People get upset at me for having opinions. I don't give a shit. You guys know, you know, you see that by now. But, you know, people get upset for me having an opinion because I kind of knew him. But if you listen to my first call, and I was saying, like, you know, put him in the electric chair, hang him, all this kind of stuff because of the nature of the crime. But then when the PCA came out and I looked at the facts and I changed my mind, people were upset that I, you know, now don't believe.
Well, that's where we're all at with it. When I said it before, when Brian was first arrested, I was on that same ship with everybody else that said, thank God they got him. You know, do what they're going to do. Lethal injection, electric chair, firing. I don't care what it is. Put him down. Be done. You know, that's it. But as soon as we read the PCA, that day that I read the PCA, I was like, what? This is not real. This can't be real. So anyway,
you guys remember? Sorry, Dave. I was going to say, do you remember the storm before the so-called car evidence was going to come out? I saw all these people saying, if there is no victim DNA in his car, then I will rethink this and I will assume he's innocent. And you know what?
Happened.
They have all made other excuses now.
Yep.
And I'm really upset about this sort of the mainstream media narrative that people are so eager to believe.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, yeah, well, and now they're making excuses. It's like this man has got no, as far as we know, according to the defense, he's got no connection with these victims. There is no victim DNA. Everyone was like, we were all waiting for the evidence in the car. Nothing.
Nancy Grace, I quote, she said it would be a rolling petri dish of evidence.
How many people said, I can't wait till they get everything back on the car, and everybody will, all the people that are on like my channel are they're gonna swallow their words and this, that, and then it happened and everybody went.
No, he had a bag that he put everything in. Get out of here.
Everything changed then to stay with that narrative, and it's like, okay, whatever. And I don't want to get on Idaho too much because we're doing this, but it all goes, it's in the same basket, guys. It really is, you know?
Yeah.
There's differences in the cases, but if we're seeing there's not a lot of differences in the cases. So it makes you wonder, okay, you know? But I do want to play this here real quick. Everybody's asking for this. This was the WTHR. This is the local news.
Take a quick break, guys. Be right back.
Okay, hon. Thank you. And again, I appreciate you being up here, Willie. I thank you for joining us today.
Of course, brother.
All right, here we go. Hold on.
eBay authenticity guarantee. It's checked by experts.
I don't want the commercial.
Stitch, tag.
Here we go.
We've had an unexpected turn of events, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier this afternoon, the defense attorneys have withdrawn their representation of Mr. Allen. Mr. Baldwin made an oral motion to withdraw. I granted that oral motion to withdraw, and Mr. Rosie will be submitting a written motion to withdraw. I'm assuming within the next couple of days.
Okay, so Rosie is putting his motion in as well. which tells me she's going to approve that as well. Sorry about the echo, guys. I'll mute it. But anyway,
They have confirmed with the court that Mr. Allen's financial situation remains static, meaning he is continuing to be entitled to appointed counsel. I will reach out to public defenders to make that appointment. As Mr. Allen is now without counsel, I've ordered him transported back to the Department of Correction. Mr. McClellan, I know that we have already scheduled a hearing in the Carroll Circuit Court October 31st at 9 a.m. I'd like to maintain that hearing if we can, please. I think at that point, we can have counsel appointed. I'd like to set a new trial date. Obviously, I don't believe counsel will be prepared within the next couple of months to try a case of this magnitude in January. So we'll set dates for the trial. I think we need to set a date as well for the suppression hearing that was filed now by former counsel. I have asked the attorneys to provide all of the discovery previously provided back to the state of Indiana. I know I entered a protective order on the discovery, and honestly, I don't remember when that was. I think it was in April of this year, perhaps, maybe sooner. But the attorneys have been ordered to provide all of that discovery back to the state. And if you would maintain that until such time as it can be turned over to successor counsel, I would appreciate that, Mr. McClellan. I've also asked the defense attorneys to cooperate with successor counsel. They're not required to do that, but I think that they will in the best interests of Mr. Allen. They're not required to provide any of their work product, but they will be required and have indicated that they will cooperate with successor counsel. So obviously, without counsel, Mr. Allen's hearing cannot proceed. I apologize that I know many of you have been waiting for several hours. I know, Mr. McClellan, you and your staff, and you had some witnesses here that came earlier to have the hearing, but clearly this is outside of our control.
Outside of your control.
yeah, I'm going to read this article that goes along with this. This tells a whole different story, you guys, okay? Give me a second here.
On Tuesday, at least.
Oh, yoy. Hold on a minute, folks. Sorry about that. Let's bounce that back a little bit. Okay, so it says Richard Allen, attorney, announced withdrawal, leaving Delphi murder suspect without representation. The withdrawal comes 2 days after Indiana State Police said they would investigate an evidence leak allegedly at the hands of one of the attorney's team members. Okay. Again, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Again, down the Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen is now without legal representation. A long anticipated hearing, October 19th, lasted about 3 minutes as Judge Francis Gohl announced attorney Andrew Baldwin had withdrawn his representation as Allen's attorney Bradley Rossi, is expected to give an oral withdrawal soon. Allen is accused of killing Abigail Williams, 13 Liberty German, 14 in February 2017. He has maintained his innocence and is now in need of a public defender. Gohl told the court and Carroll County prosecutor Nicholas McClellan that she would reach out to see about counsel for Allen. Allen is still in need of a defense team and could not appear at the Fort Wayne court because he does not have representation. He has been transported back to Indiana Department of Corrections. 13 investigates confirmed the defense team, including Rossi Baldwin, had so far been paid $116,736.35. That amount has been approved for payment to the defense attorney by Gohl. As of October 6, 2023, it does not include any additional expenses submitted by the defense or experts, other witnesses. Gohl said the withdrawal of Allen's attorneys means Allen's murder trial will likely be pushed back and will not happen until January of 2024, as anticipated. His former team has indicated they will cooperate with successive counsel. Gohl indicated the situation was outside of their control and apologized to the court Thursday afternoon. The announcement that Allen's defense team would not represent him comes hours after another defense attorney submitted a filing on Baldwin's behalf, arguing Baldwin should be allowed. Okay, now understand what this says. Another attorney, meaning The defense team had to hire an attorney. Listen to this. Okay, submitted a filing on Baldwin's behalf, arguing that Baldwin should be allowed to represent Allen. Longtime defense lawyer David Hennessy filed a memorandum Thursday morning on behalf of defense attorney Baldwin, arguing he should be able to remain counsel to Allen following a reported evidence leak at the hands of a staff member. 13 News spoke with Hennessy prior to Thursday's hearing. Hennessy confirmed he was not joining Allen's case, but was appearing as counsel for Baldwin. So the attorneys are having to defend themselves to be able to defend him because of the evidence leak. Okay, so the filing came 2 days after Indiana State Police investigated a leak of sensitive evidence and documents related to the case that allegedly became public at the hands of an employee on Baldwin's team. So because there was somebody that was part of Baldwin's team that leaked this, they were, I guess, stating that he shouldn't be able to represent Allen anymore. Okay. In turn, he pulled an attorney in that said, hey, why? What's the deal? This is what should be allowed to happen, so on and so forth. And here we are. Now, Attorney Baldwin did nothing wrong. He was snookered and abused, Hennessy argued in the filing. Hennessy, a longtime defense attorney who has argued on behalf of lawyers throughout Indiana before, argued that a trusted friend to Baldwin was given access to the office space where he kept all the Delphi-related items. He was betrayed, Hennessy wrote, arguing that Baldwin has since kept all Delphi-related items locked in a room or a locked fireproof cabinet. Defense counsel for Allen has reportedly put together a plan for action which stipulates no item related to Delphi will be left unattended for even any second in any unlocked room, the filing claimed.
Okay.
There's the memorandum. So this, to me, this is crazy. This is insane. Somebody that was close to him, sounds to me, okay, we can go this way, I may be wrong, but was paid to go do this. Or for whatever reason they did this to get this out there for something, okay? And it almost seems like they knew it would cause this ripple, and here we are. This is insane.
I feel like it's a hit and run.
Yeah, so they weren't trying to run. They were forced out of this.
Okay. This is really scary. It scares me. And I might be wrong, but I just keep seeing Richard Allen now as this frail person in a prison, not a jail, with no representation. And it's horrifying to me.
It is. Hennessy called the leak a horrible tragedy created by persons not related to the defense of Mr. Allen. Hennessy further argued Baldwin should be able to continue acting as his counsel throughout the double murder trial. Mr. Allen has developed a strong and trusting bond with Mr. Baldwin. Disqualification of either of his court-appointed attorneys would greatly prejudice his right to counsel in a timely trial, Hennessy said. If the court believed some sanction was appropriate, Hennessy argued, then they should order 24 hours of representation without compensation. There you go. They're trying to remove this defense team. They're trying to get the defense team out. This is insane, guys.
I don't know why at this. Sorry, Willie. I was just going to quickly say I don't know why there's not like a human rights investigation going on here, because look at him. Look at the state of him.
Yeah,
He's not
two different people as far as I'm concerned. That's two different people. And that all happened within the span of not even a year. Something's not right.
Exactly. Why isn't there a human rights investigation? If he'd been found guilty, crack on. Let him rot. But this guy is legally innocent and they won't move him from this prison. And I find that, to me, solidifies this in a kind of corruption nutshell.
And I'm sorry, he knows a friend of, somebody that, is this. I mean, that if that's enough to do this to somebody, then I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to live here anymore. Like, because you could literally know because you could just know the wrong person and wind up like this.
system. Heather, welcome, Heather. Good to see you, dear. She's saying that she thinks the judge is corrupt, possibly.
I
Oh,
thought that
the judge looked upset, kind of like, this is just
well,
not only is this not fair to him, it's not fair to the families, man. I mean, imagine how the families are looking at this.
Not at all, because now, once again, more delays. 6 years later, more delays.
And they have no closure.
None. It's bullshit. It is bullshit. Okay. That is what's wrong with this shit. It's I'm sorry for my language, guys, but this is just bullshit.
No, but
It's
you're
ignorant.
right, though. It's not real justice at all, is it?
None at all, because it proves what control do they have over these situations. It doesn't just go in and out like they say it does. We don't just go into the courtroom and you can trust and believe in the justice system. We got this. Do we? That Constitution, let's look at that one more time. Honestly, because in my opinion, anymore, it's just become nothing, guys. It's very sad.
Do you remember, Dago, in that 136-page document, the defense brought up the fact that they were just about to have, like a voting thing. Sorry, I don't know what you guys call it, but like they arrested Richard Allen. They've done all of this just before they were going to have I've gone blank. What's it called?
The preliminary. Oh.
You know,
The timing is crazy, isn't it?
What's the?
I know what you're talking about.
Oh, completely blank. They're all going to vote for the DA and all of this stuff. It's just before all of that stuff. I'm so sorry. Election. Thank you, Julie.
the preliminary hearing.
Yeah, no, just before an election. All of this.
The election. Yes.
Sorry,
I know. It all comes down to the elections all the time. It does.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's crazy.
Election, all this kicks off, and the defense.
Everything's political, unfortunately.
Look what's going on over in Israel right now. I'm not going to get into any political conversation.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up before about when you guys are talking about information, about how fast and what misinformation can do. It literally caused an uprising in the whole part of the world because the information was wrong.
Yeah.
Listen, that wasn't a political comment. It was just, it came up in the defense document. That's why. It just happened to be before an election. That was all. No political statement meant, but that was another element to the 136-page document. That was all.
And another thing, like Bonnie said this again, Mandy said this, a couple people have said this, that they feel that they're just hoping that he passes away before the trial.
Yeah, I agree.
And that would not be fair to him or the families. That's a fact. That's not real justice, guys. That's not real justice at all.
I'm putting this out there now. I don't believe he's guilty. Sorry, my opinion only.
Here's what I said, and I said this a couple weeks back. If he is involved in this at this point, after what we've seen, he's at the very bottom of the chain as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. And that's why he's in the position he's in, because of where he stands. Okay. And you're right, yeah. Human rights are human rights. Whether he's guilty or not guilty, he's still a human being and still deserves to be treated as such until he's found guilty. Innocent until proven guilty is innocent until proven guilty. End of story.
Especially with the lack of evidence. If you're going to do this to somebody, at least have enough to, that we can be like, all right, he kind of deserves it. But
come on, Willie, they got a bullet. That's enough, bro. Come on.
Oh shit, that's enough.
I'm joking, dude. I'm being sarcastic.
No, I know you are. I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's where we're at with this shit now.
I know. I don't know, man. Like I said,
innocent till proven guilty. Period. And it seems to be nowadays that doesn't matter anymore, folks. It's
absolutely not.
It does not matter anymore, and it makes me sick to my stomach. It really does.
Can I ask you guys a question? So say he didn't unalive himself, but he passed away before trial because of the way he was treated. What does that do?
Well, they're making sure that everybody knows that he's refusing to eat. That's what we keep being told. That's why I'm stressing that.
Paper, wasn't it?
He's refusing to eat, supposedly.
Even though they can't prove it.
No, well, no. How can you? How could you?
Exactly.
They're not going to let him say
So
anything.
everything in this case is their word for it, correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
Imagine that.
And that's right. Andy just said that. He hasn't even pled yet, you guys. How about that?
Oh, wow.
Oh, even worse.
Even worse. So if he...
Now, here's the thing, real quick. I'm sorry, Nelly. I just want to say this.
No problem. No, I was getting my
Right
thoughts.
there, what Yaya just said. Then he's guilty, case closed. That's what they want it to be.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. End of story. Walk away. Move on to the next case.
So you destroy the man. So you destroy the man, and you destroy the man's family's legacy.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But my
because remember, this guy probably has a family, right? Or is he just a loner?
He absolutely does. A wife, children, yes.
So, you know, I don't know. But to see it like this, because before, remember, back then, without like, you know, us being able to have conversations like this, you just think of how many of these were swept under the rug.
Right. I mean,
You know what I mean?
think about it. Think of it. Here's the thing. I said this about a month or so ago. We, the true crime community, have gotten into this deep. We've learned things deeply. We do a lot of research. You know, out of the three of us up here, I think I've probably been doing it longer than you guys, but still, we know what we've seen on MSM for years. Mainstream media has taught us everything we've seen, and we've all learned over the past couple years that mainstream media is a joke, okay? And it's all scripted. It's all, they're paid actors, in a sense, to say, as we put that out. They give us what they're told to give us. They show us what they're told to show us. So as we get involved in these cases and start doing research with the amazing investigators that we have in here that do this, okay? I have an amazing team myself. Nothing I can say bad about them. They're awesome, okay? And that's all of them. So with all of that, we start pulling things out that don't make sense. We start looking at this. So then we move on to all these other things. And we start opening up this plethora of stuff. And we're seeing all this for what it is. And it, like what you just said, how long has this been going on like this? Exactly. How long have things been like this? How many cases have put people away, put people to death that have just been, it is what they say it is, regardless of what you say. Yeah. Stevie was right with that comment right there. If this is true logically, what else would you expect from the attorneys? That's terrifying, and it's clearly deep, and that's a fact.
And like I said, if this guy really did do it, then you would not have to go through. All this would not be happening. Sorry, it's not just a coincidence that this guy's in a prison, the fence is dropping out, this, that, and the third, whatever is going. It's not a coincidence. I'm sorry.
I agree.
Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. And this goes way back to something, and I know a lot of you guys don't agree with him, but Sarge made a statement months ago when he first came around that this is the status of our judicial system, the status of our country, the way things are right now. And we're all sick of it because we're all seeing it finally, okay? We're waking up to what's going on and has been going on, blah, 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 blah. Oh, my God, Daisy. Jesus, how do you deal with this stuff here, Willie?
Huh?
How do you deal with that, dude?
What do you mean?
My mother even was like, who's that cutie there? And I'm like, what the hell, Mom?
Mom, it's me, Mom.
Yeah, right. But anyway,
knock it off.
I think it's funny, but anyway, the thing is he made a statement saying, you know, we are the only ones that can do this, you know, and that doesn't mean by getting violent or anything like that. It means like by standing up and saying, why is this allowed? Why are we allowing this to be when this is our country?
Yeah, nobody's doing shit about it.
They work for us. We don't work for them.
Well,
we put them in office. That's the problem.
People forget that.
But they don't forget it. You see, you don't understand. They don't forget it. This social media, this phone shit, it's all made to divide. Okay, you want to have division of people because if too many people are united, that's when you have an uprising and shit really changes. So when you have people divided and people arguing about this side, I don't care about it. I think having two sides that hate each other in our government is crazy to me. So, you know, and off the politics, but it can't work like this, and it's just going to get worse and worse if it doesn't get fixed. But like Dago just said, only we can fix it. But you have to have enough people that can see what's really going on. But if too many people are brainwashed and divided, nothing's going to happen.
Brainwashing. Hey, listen, I'm UK, and the same goes on here.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel powerless at the moment. There's so much shit going on, and you can't do a thing about it. Nobody will stand up to them.
Nope.
So they pick a side, and then they fight for that side. And actually, both sides are just as SHIT as the
And
other.
I've been very invested. I've been extremely invested in your news outlets over there in the UK. And I'll tell you what, it's a shame of what I'm seeing over there as well.
Yeah.
We're not any better here.
I agree with that too.
So it's everywhere.
Real quick, I want to put this up here. This is Bob Motto. I think he's great. He has his channel. It's called Defense Diaries and stuff like that. I think Bob is awesome. He just put this out 2 hours ago. I wanted you guys to see this real quick, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
All right, what's up, y'all? It's a little rainy, so I am here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I just got out of the hearing. I know I'm a little bit ahead of what was going to be streamed by the courts, but the fact of the matter is there was nothing to stream. So I got down here around noon, and essentially what happened is we were led into the courtroom at about 1 p.m. The hearing was supposed to take place at around 2 p.m. 2 o'clock comes and goes. The courtroom is packed. At about 10 after 2, a ton of law enforcement walks in. Tony Liggett, Doug Carter, a bunch of investigators that are all seated where the jury would typically sit. All of us are wondering what the hell is going on. We're all thinking that they're actually going to be having the hearing regarding the Franks motion or a preliminary finding as to that. In the meantime, I'm sitting on Richard Allen's side of the courtroom, the defendant's side of the courtroom, and I'm happen to be right behind Kathy Allen, his wife, and his mother, who were seated literally directly in front of me. Kathy Allen was crying the entire time, and I wanted so much to lean in and just console her, because no matter what the case may be, that poor woman's going through it. And ultimately, at about 2:30, I couldn't read the vibe. I knew something huge was happening. There had been rumors that Baldwin, who is in some way, shape, or form been alleged to have been a part of this crime scene photo leak. It's unsubstantiated beyond what we've heard from various sources, but I mean, nothing was in stone. I hadn't heard anything in stone that had shown that he had knowledge that the crime scene photos had in fact gone out to the public, or that he was instructing the crime scene photos to be leaked to the public. From a defense attorney's perspective, it makes zero sense that the defense would want horrific crime scene photos going out to the public, because that just garners sympathy for the prosecution and for the victims and the families. People want justice. It's like defense attorneys we fight to keep those pictures out at trial. So from that perspective, it never made sense for us, Allison and I, in terms of like that they would have been the source of the leak. So at any rate, we're waiting. I'm starting to wonder, are they dismissing the charges against Allen? Rosie walks out at some point and comes to Kathy Allen and Richard's mother and says, "Come with me." He's talking and he looks frenetic. It's like you're trying to sit there and figure out what's going on in this guy's mind. And he walks to the back of the courtroom, goes out the doors, and they were in chambers the whole time. No one was in the courtroom. No one was in the well of the court, other than all the law enforcement that was just sitting there looking nervous, by the way, because there was definitely that portion of the hearing was going to take place. All right, of course, I've got a freight train. My timing is always excellent. All right, maybe I go into the car. Maybe that's the move. I don't know what the lighting's going to be like in there. This is the exciting part of live. All right. Okay, so sorry. Super professional. All right, so at some point, like I said, Rosie comes out. He's talking to Kathy, and he tells them to come with him behind. And Kathy, as I said, and her mom are both crying like the entire time, like from the minute she got into the courtroom to the minute she left. So they both follow Rosie out. And then mom comes back in and she grabs both their sweaters. And I'm like, man, what is going on here? And within about 5 minutes of that happening, they never come back. Rosie never comes back to go back to chambers. And at that point, the judge comes out. She takes the bench. She apologizes for the delay. And at that point, she says, look, something significant just happened this afternoon. And essentially what has happened is both of Richard Allen's attorneys have withdrawn as counsel, and that she allowed for them to withdraw. I mean, you have to understand, lawyers just can't say we're withdrawing from the case. The judge has to agree to let him out of the case. And frankly, Richard Allen, I don't know what his position was, but if his wife's emotions were any kind of indication, he's clearly not happy. But like, something may have happened. We were given zero indication of what may have happened. Oh, my hair looks horrible. Hold on. In terms of what was going on there. But it's stunning. Like, I was stunned. I did not anticipate this. Trying to speculate. I was trying to run out there and find out what was going on and see if the attorneys, either the defense counsel, were still out there. I mean, at this point, they're out of the case. They're not under the gag anymore. There was a lot of talk that Baldwin was going to get excused, removed from the case based on the leaked photo situation. It's entirely possible that Baldwin went in and was told by the judge that he was going to be removed, and Rosie most certainly could have said, look, I can't proceed without him. I mean, I could, but we have the problem is what happens if predecessor counsel does not at all agree with our strategy of defense, which is a distinct possibility. So at this point, we're left with Richard Allen had no counsel, so no hearings took place. They couldn't because he didn't have representation. And essentially where we're going with this is the 10/31 date is still set. It is set only for Richard Allen to be appointed new counsel. And once that new counsel is appointed, the judge is then going to strike the trial date of January 8th. That is no longer in the books, as she realizes that new counsel is going to need time to prepare. So that's basically where we left. So the biggest news of the day, in case you're just joining, both of Richard Allen's attorneys have withdrawn from the case. They were not removed. They withdrew. The judge granted their oral motions to withdraw. So it's stunning. I'm stunned at what's going on with this thing. It's crazy. I wish I had more intel, believe me. I wanted to like find somebody and try to get some answers, but it's devastating. It's devastating for everybody. It's devastating for obviously the families of the victims, because this means a delay in trial, but just know that trial was never going January 8th. There's no way possible. But you know, I have to tell you, sitting behind Richard Allen's mother and wife, who are just weeping. I mean, I've said it a million times on my podcast. If y'all don't know that the families of these defendants are absolutely victims as well, in a much, much different way, but you have to feel empathy for them. I truly wanted to lean up and give them both hugs and just let them know that they're not alone out there. You know, no matter what the case is with Richard Allen, I mean, it's like, they're human beings and they have feelings and they're going through a nightmare along with everybody else. So that's the bottom line. I got to try to get on the road. I would continue this live, but I have agreed to be on Vinny tonight, and I got to be back by my house it's going to be tight, by 7:00. So check for me on Vinny. I love you all. Thanks for jumping on. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. Please like, please share. It means a lot to me. All right, y'all.
Please do, guys. Please do. Bob is great. I love everything he does. He's been on Publicly Buzzed quite a bit. And he does great stuff, in my opinion. He's down to earth. He knows what he's talking about. So again, there's the link before. Yeah, so check it out, guys.
So he's saying somebody came and took Richard Allen's family out of the courtroom?
Yeah, they came to let them know what was going to happen. They took them out. They went into private quarters and let them know what the deal was. And this is horrific. And you've made this mention before in regards to like Koberger's family. Okay, we all think about the victims, of course, because that's who needs to be thought about, and their families. We never really talk about the families of the accused, and these people are going through hell as well. Okay, they really are.
Yeah.
And I've always said that they need a little bit of support in a sense as well, because they don't, again, remember it. And I think I'm gonna change my channel name to Innocent Until Proven Guilty. I swear to God, I'm going to. I've been thinking about it. Because nobody listens to it, folks. Nobody hears it. Nobody cares anymore. I mean, not nobody, but the important people that make things happen. They don't listen to it anymore.
I don't know. Yeah, like back then, like they investigated, shady shit like this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You are fact. That is absolute fact. This used to be investigated. It wasn't.
So basically, I was just going to say they've got this guy in a prison. So sorry, I didn't quite finish my question from ages ago.
No, it's okay, Anne. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. So if he was deceased before trial and it was nothing was proven as to how he was treated, but he was forced to be in a prison, surely that's a human rights issue.
Absolutely. Like I said, who's going to stand up and say something?
But if he dies, okay, because he looks terrible, what if that really affects him and he becomes deceased because of where he is and he can't handle it?
Mm-hmm.
Is everyone just going to accept the fact he was thrown?
No, they're going to say that he did this that he committed the crime, and then they're going to pay off his family a little bit, and then this will all be forgot about.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
Very sadly, that's probably true. That's probably true. It may be looked at. We're going to look at it because that's what we do. Everybody else, it's just going to be swept away because that's what
I just call a spade, man. Like
it's fact driven, brother. Fact driven.
Absolutely. But I just wonder where the family is. It'll be too late for RA if he's innocent, thrown in a prison before being found guilty. If he is deceased before trial, I think the family actually would have very good grounds to sue the asses of people.
Absolutely.
For watching him deteriorate. It's obvious to the world he's deteriorating and he's been thrown in a prison before he's been found guilty. So my point is they're risking surely a lot of backlash here. If he is deceased before trial, they're going to have to accept some sort of blame for putting him in the wrong environment, aren't they?
Right.
Well, what they're also doing now with all this is they're also risking being able to go after the death penalty now.
Is he in a death penalty state?
I don't know. That's why it was a question. I don't.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Is he? I don't think so. I know Koberger is. Is Alan in a? Where is he?
What state is it?
Oh,
with who?
Alan.
He is in. Oh God, where is he?
Is that DP?
Alan is in Indiana.
Yes, Indiana. That's right. He's in Westfield, Indiana.
J-Rod, I didn't get a text, brother. I'm sorry if I didn't see it. My phone's been. So it is a death penalty state.
Yeah.
So what? That's what I mean. All this, you just had attorneys leak the crime scene video photos. So
well, not really the attorneys. It was an associate of one of the attorneys.
But you know what I mean. They paid somebody to do it. You know what I mean. And usually, you would think the prosecution, does that kind of shady shit before a trial happens to taint a jury pool, not a defense. So this is Out of this world.
Daisy's, she's absolutely right. This is crazy, and it was done as the hearing was coming into play. Okay, like this was something that looks like they were fighting this until today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was there any video of this truck of whatever happened?
No.
Like,
no. No,
so,
they wouldn't put any of that out.
So did anybody see this guy? Did Bob actually see
I don't
Richard
know.
Allen?
I don't think it's there. I might be wrong, but
Did they bring him in?
okay.
Did anybody see Richard Allen?
I haven't, that I know of. I don't know if they actually brought him in. Let me go look. Let's see.
Yeah, all we've heard is reports of his wife and family, not him. So I don't know if they're skirting over the fact he wasn't there, or was he there and they're not mentioning it? I haven't heard.
Well, listen, I'm telling you right now, and this is my opinion and my.
He wasn't in the courtroom.
If Richard Allen wasn't there today, Richard Allen isn't here anymore.
You don't think so?
Absolutely not.
Well,
They're not gonna. This is the day of the. This is the day of, man. This is. I don't know.
Wow.
This will make you lose some sleep. To be honest with you.
You think he's?
Forget the other two. This
Yeah,
is
that's
crazy.
right. He had no lawyers in the courtroom, so he couldn't be there. So that's when Al Salty says he was there. I saw them walking.
Oh, he was okay. Like I said, I just want to know if he was there or not.
Yeah, that's. Hold on a minute here. Let me go.
But like
find
Bob said, the trial's not going to happen when they say it's going to happen. So,
well, and everybody
make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Let me see something here. See if I can get a actual picture of. Okay, this. I think this is, or no, that's it might be an old picture too. Hold on a minute.
I just feel they would have photographed him first before anyone else if he was there. His photo would be in the press, in my opinion.
Yeah, the judge came out. He wasn't in the courtroom, but they did. Now, here's the thing. The judge said that she had him transported back. So he must have been there, probably in lockup in the back. And because his attorneys weren't there, they didn't bring him out into the courtroom. Because you can't do that. So they just probably kept him in the lockup in the back. And then, like you said, had him transported back to.
But again, this is all. But this is all their word for it again, right?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
yeah, I know.
Gotcha. I'm just making sure.
Somebody had to have seen him. Reporters probably saw him being transported from the van to the building and back and forth. I'm sure.
Well, that's what I was hoping Bob spoke of. You know, that's what I was hoping he's. You know, if he saw.
Sure he'll mention tonight when he talks to Vinny. Now, see, this picture was shown, but I don't know if this is today. I want to venture to say it was, but I don't know.
I'm curious what he looks like right now.
He looks worse. He looks worse.
If he is alive.
I mean, look how thin this guy is and how gaunt he is and his eyes and and he doesn't even look up. He doesn't like vocalize on any, vocalize. Jesus, come on, Dago. He doesn't like focus in on anything. He just looks at the ground and he goes, and that's how he stays, guys. This is very sad to me. Again, if this man is guilty of doing this or had any part in this, then he does deserve punishment for it. But he is still a human being.
Exactly.
Even the worst, you guys, the worst possible human being that we can believe did something is still human. They still deserve to be treated human.
Until
I guess not.
You know, and they just don't care. Nobody seems to care at that point. I mean, and that's a good point, Salty. Thank you. If Bob thought that Alan wasn't here, he'd be we'd be hearing about it everywhere. I believe that too. Because Bob don't play.
You care if I identify as a fire truck, though. So my problem is we care about the wrong things in this damn country instead of fixing this justice department.
Yeah.
Because like you said, there's nobody to hold them accountable. Who's gonna step up and say something?
That's right, and that's what I'm telling you. Sarge said months ago that we are the only people that can hold anyone accountable. Anyone, because we're the people. We are the people. Who else is going to do it if we don't do it? Okay, this is our country, our judicial system, our people that work for this judicial system. Who's going to hold them accountable? Everybody's afraid to. You know that, and I know that.
Well, the problem is Well,
Go
the
ahead.
problem is the problem is the ramifications everybody would face if we did stand up and say something about it. I mean, you're talking about questioning the whole justice system here. So you would have to get a massive amount of people to do something, and unless it was peaceful, and then they changed. If everybody cared about this case as much as they cared about whatever, then yeah. If there was riots, and it kind of like with George Floyd, I mean, it changed a lot of stuff, right? They changed a lot of. So if people cared about this and actually looked at this and said, "Hey, this isn't right," then yeah, we could do something about it. Just from
absolutely, Willie, and that's what I've been pushing from the beginning of my first time out here. The unity that needs to happen between communities, and again, that's why people don't want us to be united. That's why people try to put wedges between all of us, because we are the critical thinkers that see now there's groups of people that just sit back and say, it is what it is. This is what life is. This is how it goes. And I'm okay with that.
And but that's exactly how my mother and how my father are. Because,
a lot of people are like that, bro. A lot of people are like that.
And they're a little older, obviously, so
it doesn't mean they're bad people either. Okay.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean
my thing is though is I bring something up, about the BK that I know that is, over here, and then my mother's like, yeah, but the news is saying this, this, and this. So she's stuck on what they're basically stuck on what they see on the news. So there's generations that differentiate on finding the truth, being okay, and stagnant with what you're seeing. And again, I think as time goes on, more and more people will start standing up because you see it happening already.
And that's what the problem is there's people, and like I said, this does not make these people bad people, okay? There a lot of older people rely on the news because that's what they've always known.
It makes the news bad people.
Yeah.
It's like packs of dogs. That's nature. So you've got a dog who will automatically fight to become the leader. Actually, the sub-leaders and the pack are happy being submissive because it's comfortable, and that is society. It's society. A leader comes in, they dominate the pack, and the pack are comfortable because they don't have to think for themselves, and they trot along and do what they're told, and that is what society does. Oh, sorry, I dropped something.
Oh, that's okay. You're right. You are right.
And because I know this is probably a silly analogy, but I rescued a little dog, and I wanted her to, come forward. And finally, I realized she was really happy being controlled by the other dogs. She was completely content. And
you know what? What you're saying is absolutely correct, Nelly, but this statement that Mandy just made, and this is what it all boils down to, everybody, and think about this.
Yeah.
Loyal dogs are never hungry either, and that's right there. It's this.
Yeah, exactly that.
Everything is right here. This is what makes the world go round. This is what makes people do what they do. This is what makes people smile and be happy every day.
Yeah.
Sadly, it's a fact. Because if you take this and you take it away from everybody, what happens? Just like when you take away our freedom, our money, our phone, whatever the things are that make us happy, when you take that away, we're suffering in a sense, and we'll do whatever we have to do to make that come back.
Yeah.
And they know that.
I will say that society is suffering more now, and some of the lower tier loyal dogs are suffering now.
But our problem is our priorities are wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the whole issue.
Yes, sir. And that's and it's not some of us. It's not our fault. It's what
it's been like that over time. It's not going to change.
We were taught that from kindergarten on to right this moment. You're taught these ways. Our parents were taught to teach us this. The government has been doing this forever. Okay, and it's what we're supposed to accept.
Yeah.
And if we don't, Miss Sherry just said it. If we rise up, they will fire upon us. The history has taught us that. And that's where the fear comes from.
Yeah, or they cancel you, or they'll delete your bank accounts, or whatever they can do now. Yeah, but they can do. But now they can ruin your life digital, like just from using technology. They shut down your bank account. They shut everything down, and then what?
Absolutely.
You can't function.
Absolutely. That's right.
So
It's
you've seen
terrifying.
it done to a couple people already.
It happens, bro. It just happens. Okay.
Anybody that speaks out, they're canceling, and then those people are getting their own podcasts or platforms. Everybody's seeing it. It's not anything to hide here.
Let me use myself as an example real quick.
So
I didn't go along with specific theories that people were putting out, okay? Because I don't believe, I don't have a problem with conspiracy theory, but I like fact more than anything, and I like truth, okay? Which truth relates to justice, in my opinion. That's my thought, okay? And I didn't go along with a lot of conspiracy theories based on things that were said to me, and I would not allow it to be put out on my channel. That being said, when I found out that when I did that and I stopped allowing for that in some senses, I was attacked. You saw it. Nelly saw it. Everybody else in here saw it. I was attacked. And they tried to, they brought out all sorts of crazy bullshit things about me to take me down. Cancel culture. Okay? Because I was not doing what I was wanted to do. I was not using my platform for what certain people wanted me to do it for.
exactly.
But it's
And
your
here we are.
And they'll get you.
platform. I always say, I've just commented, truth is like a gunshot going off in a room. Nobody wants to hear it.
Mhm.
And I tell you something, I've had a week from hell in my own private life because of the truth. I'm going to keep this really brief, but I had a head teacher at my son's school. I was frustrated because there's like a holiday form you've got to fill in, and I put 2 months notice in to say I would really like to take my son off for a day because I can't afford a hotel on a Saturday night. I'd like to do it on a Sunday night. We've been through a parental breakup, blah, blah, blah. Declined. So she said, oh, if there's like anything you want to say on this, put it in writing. Boy, did I put it in writing. Then I put a post on my Facebook page. Now, this is the point. It was a general post to all my friends who are parents. I said, is this going on in your school? I don't understand. I named no names. I just said, is this the procedure? I don't get the procedure. If you apply, do you automatically get turned down? Because we get fines if your kids don't go to school, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I got a phone call from my head teacher, my son's head teacher, chit chat about holiday. Oh, and by the way, some parents have come to me and told me you've put this on social media. Please take it down. And I just said, no. I said, it's my private page. I've named no names. It's a general post about schooling. She said, well, I think everyone must think it's me. I said, I reiterate, it's my own private Facebook page. I have made a general comment about schooling. Thank you for calling. Goodbye. And put the phone down. But I was kind of shaking a bit. I thought, is my son's head teacher really ordering me to take down my freedom of speech where I have not slagged anyone off? I have not named names. It was a general comment about schooling. Please take your post down. It really upset me. I was like, what are you going to do? Sue me for having an opinion? Is this where we're at?
Right.
Yeah.
I thought, I'm feeling that I'm almost in a nanny state. You know, if I don't play by the rules,
Right.
I'm going to be dissed. And I know that parents now at my son's school are looking at me because I'm outspoken. But guess what? I'm not changing for anybody. But it made me uncomfortable. I thought, I've got my son's headmistress telling me to rein it in. Well, that makes me worse. Sorry, guys. It just makes me worse. But it frightened me that it's happening in schools.
Mm-hmm. It has been.
Happening in schools. And I put the phone down and thought, I don't like that. I do not like that at all. That I've almost been told. that I'm not allowed an opinion on my own social media page.
How about that? Isn't that wonderful?
There's so many issues now. It's like, you know, if we were to stand up right now, where do you start? I mean, there's so many things. There's so much. You know what I mean? That it's like we're too far gone now, in my opinion. That it's just, I don't know. I don't know where this is going to wind up. But I mean, making our money digital, all this kind of, you know, chat GPT, AI, all this stuff. It's not going in the right direction. I mean,
we are the only people that have any control, Willie. The only ones. And
yeah,
we can take it one way or another. We can accept it, or actually, there's 3 ways we could do it. We can accept it, or we can deny it, or we can accept it while protesting it. Okay.
Yeah.
If that makes sense to you.
Or what I've really been suggesting, and I've always, like, you know, said stuff just joking around, is moving away from it and going somewhere where, you know,
it's everywhere, bro.
Yeah,
it's
not. It's not though. Not where I'm from. So like where I'm from, they still have a true democracy. They ask the people, yes, no, you know, like when
yeah,
so
you're right.
You know, where I'm from right now, it's not. There's, you know, there's obviously stuff that's different but there's not.
You're right.
Because there's not.
I'm from a place like that too. Okay,
Yeah.
But they do ask the people locally. Hold on one second. I'm gonna bring Sinead up here, guys. Everybody in chat and everybody else. Sinead is a wonderful lady. Please be patient. Let her speak when she wants to, and we'll go from there. But my local government, they do ask the people, but if they don't agree with the people, they find a way to make what they want happen still.
But I'm talking about a currency being switched over from, you know, what the currency was over to a euro. Okay, so this was a big, huge decision that happened. And guess what? I went over there during this terrible time, obviously, and I saw, in the 2 weeks I was there, all I saw was one thing spray painted, which is the word no, on the side of one building. That's all I saw. I didn't see riots. I didn't see people, you know, fighting. But it's so normalized here that we don't, you know, it's like, obviously there's other countries that are worse, you know, North Korea, all that kind of stuff. But there's other countries that, you know, value certain aspects that I look at that we don't value anymore here. We used to, but we've lost our way. And it is what it is because of, like you said, how they groom us.
That's right. So, that's absolutely what it is. It's all about grooming. Welcome, Sinead. Can you hear me?
Hey, Dago.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
Hi, Nellie and Willie.
Hello.
How are you?
I was in hospital. I had a mini stroke.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, Sinead.
No, it's fine. It's via stress related. And it's because of all these things that are happening in our world that we're trying to decipher in our own heads, and people like Dago and other people that we want to reach out to, that sometimes we don't have an answer for, and sometimes we just get ill, and that's fair enough. I liked what that guy said. Willie, is it?
Really, yes.
Yeah, I really liked what you said, because it does not matter it does matter what's going on in the world, but would be here forever, ever talking about what's going on in this world, and we can talk about whatever we want. Dago, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, because I would like to say that there's a lot of corruption going on within religious I don't even know the word domination as regards to if you're Protestant, Catholic, Muslim, Jew.
Oh, yes, I've
You
seen
know,
that. Yes.
this is where we are right now. And I would love to show my face but I'm just a blank screen because that's what I want.
That's absolutely
Um,
fine.
We all
And that's,
deserve a voice.
no,
yeah,
but it was done with a purpose, Dago,
I understand.
because
I understand.
it does not matter what you look like.
Yeah.
It does not matter about where you're from. See, as long as everyone on this earth has got a good soul and a good heart and wants the best for everyone, then I would advise everyone to turn their news off, to not like get sucked in to the whole like it's absolutely ridiculous. You know me, Dago. I get nervous. Get sucked into he said, she said,
It's okay.
things like
And
that.
you're fine. And I'm here with you. Don't worry.
Thank you, thank you. So if I get nervous, please, because I'm tensing up now and I shouldn't be.
We are all here right next to you, darling. And we same way you do. We support you 1,000,001.
I just want everybody to know that, like, no matter, I know we're talking, is this just, I know you said it's everything, but is it the Idaho 4 we're actually speaking about? And
Today we were talking about the Delphi case. I don't know if you.
oh Lord. Well, I know all about that.
Right.
I've Nordic in my family. I've Swedish and Norwegian,
Okay.
and they have different. Well, I don't go by any religion. Put it
Right.
that way. I go by my heart, and that's it. They have their religions and their faiths. There's a difference, but as you know, between a faith and religion.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you have to understand that there are people, no matter where in the world you are, in the back of your subconscious, you will have a belief somewhere along there, where you were brought up in, you know, what your parents told you. I mean, I didn't pick my name. I didn't pick my religion. You know, so you
Right.
know, I got annihilated for even being called Sinead in Ireland.
Okay.
Well, in the north of Ireland, it didn't go down too well.
I understand.
But anywhere else, it was, oh my God, you know, I know what the Jewish terminology for my name is, and it's Hebrew, and it's a very lovely sentiment. But do I believe it? I do not know. I don't go by the Catholic Church. I don't go by any church. I go by me.
Amen.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Same here. Same here. I agree with you.
Because there's a
1,000%.
difference between religious and spiritual, and people tend to
Thank
forget
you.
that.
Yes.
Thank
And
you, Willie.
I have
Yes. Agree.
time and time again. I was baptized Catholic. I'm not overly religious, but you don't have to stand inside a church to have faith in God. I said that time and time again, and to have faith in whatever you have it in. Okay. But I have a strong faith in God. I don't go to church. I can do it right here where I'm sitting here right now. I don't need to have that because I know who I am.
Exactly.
But
And
if everybody
my
would understand
granddad,
that it's all the same roads that lead to the same place, and if everybody understood that,
exactly, Willie.
there wouldn't be any wars.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Organized. And I don't like having religious conversations because it does get a little heated
No, I'm just
sometimes.
saying.
You know, and I get that. But I'm saying, like I said, I think organized religion causes more problems than it doesn't. Okay?
It's made to.
Yes. And that's the thing. That's the
That's
thing right there.
the big thing.
And
But it wasn't. It was about the Delphi when you said, and that's why I brought religion into it, because this is apparently a religious kind of.
Yeah, they brought it in.
The patches.
Yes, they brought that into it recently.
Yeah, but you know what, Sinead? It's all about power. So whether it is a serial killer or religion or politics or cartels, it's all ultimately about power and what the umbrella that is disguised under. So, you know, you, me, Joe Blogs, if we feel, for me, for example, I can only talk about myself. I thank God every day for my son. I don't know who God is. He's not a religious God. He's the universe. It could be a she. It could be a fog.
You're right there.
It could be a fog in the air. It could be that mountain. But I say every day, thank you for my son. Thank you for this. I don't know who you are. And then, you know, I don't, what's the best way of putting it? I don't aspire to be powerful in that religion. I just hope that I'll get by today. And I hope that somebody...
Exactly, and be good.
Yeah, and somebody in this universe is going to take care of the people who are really suffering. And otherwise, I don't know what else to do. Whereas...
And everything you're saying is spiritual. Nothing you're saying is religious. You're not
religious,
you know.
spiritual. Yes, that's right. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Whereas
but people tend to, you know, they can't differentiate the two, and that's what leads to arguments and wars and stuff.
Like Willie, as you're speaking, and I'm really sorry to interrupt you.
Oh no, interrupt me anytime.
Nelly, because I was always brought up to actually not like English people.
I'm Welsh.
I'm Greek.
Oh, you're well.
Just put that out there, Sinead. I'm Welsh. If that
but it never mattered. It never mattered. It was anyone on the island of England.
She's like, I'm Welsh.
Oh, you
mean I swore.
Wow.
When I started growing up and I started learning things by myself and got to realize what a crock of bleep I was told. And my family are from Derbyshire. My family are from up in Keswick, and the oh my god, away up there anyway. And I'll get it when it comes to me. And my family are in Southampton, and it's absolutely ridiculous what you're told as a child.
Yeah.
And then when you grow up and you find your own purpose in your life, no matter what it may be, it could be wiping floors, it could be cleaning. I'm looking after the homeless. That's my job, and it's volunteering, so it's a you couldn't pay me millions to do it because I'd do it for nothing. But Dago, whenever I started talking to Dago, he actually respected what I said and let me speak. And I was so grateful and still am to this day. And then when I took that mini stroke, I couldn't believe how much YouTube can actually really, have a impact, in your life with these stories, like these real stories.
I don't know about you, if you, sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted
No.
to say that, you know, I've recently become, I split up with my husband and I've become a single mum, and I've had all sorts of amazing jobs, and, you know, I was quite high flying at one point, and I had my son at 43, and I split up with my
Wow.
husband. I split up with my husband, and suddenly, having been this sort of what's the best way to put somebody who was free, could do what she wanted, traveled. I've traveled the world. I've done X,
Like
Y,
a caged bird, and
well,
you're free now.
yeah, but Sinead, all of a sudden I had a little boy to take care of, and I had no one to help me.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I'm a cleaner now. I clean. I thought, how am I going to make a living and earn enough money and do it on my own time and my own hours? I've written a children's book. I've been a personal assistant. I've done all this stuff. And all of a sudden at 51, I'm a cleaner. And you know what? I kind of got a bit depressed about it. I thought, is this...
Everyone needs a cleaner.
But don't. And I just want to intervene because I can relate to you. I'm a single father, been taking care of my daughter by myself for the past 5 years. She's 6. And how I want to relate to you is, don't look at what you're doing. Look at the time that you're able to have with your child. So as long as you're able to keep the lights on, put food on the plate, okay, just appreciate the time. Forget the money. Forget about what you, because it's all, a lot of times you care about what other people think about us. The only person you should care about who thinks about is our children. And they don't look at how much money we make, what we do for a living. They look at the love we're able to provide for them, and that is the most important thing that people lose sight of. When they have children, and then that money and the job and all that becomes more important. So don't look at all that. Okay.
No, thank you, and wow, well done to you as well. That was my point. It was the biggest life lesson, and exactly what you just said. I suddenly felt really proud that actually I'm prepared to do anything so that I get time with my son. And and so Sinead, I know what you're saying. It's like life shifts. Life always moves. I then discuss what I wanted to say to you, Sinead. Because suddenly, I used to be a party girl. I used to travel, party. I had a great life. Suddenly I'm like, oh, right, okay. So now I'm not partying, I'm stuck at home. And I discovered YouTube, and I discovered that there's this great community and a great voice. And actually, most of us are lovely people. There's some trolls, but you don't make it unless you get a troll. And suddenly you're like,
I don't think I've had a troll. Have I, Diego? I don't know.
I'll troll you. But you know what I mean? I was kind of lonely, having been a really sociable person. And all my friends had kids years ago. And I'm at home, and I suddenly thought, well, what is this YouTube thing? And oh my God, all of you guys are amazing. I just have this, who cares if it's an online life? We're all people. Yeah. We're all people. And you suddenly discover your community. And now, there'll be a weekend. My son goes to his dad's. I sit at home. I'm not lonely anymore because... You know what? I can talk to you guys. I've set up my own channel. I can have a laugh. I can.
Exactly.
My auntie said to me tonight, "The truth is golden."
Thank you, Brian.
And you just said it right there. You actually told. Now, I don't want to say. See, I have to remember that I can't say things, but I believe there's a higher power, and I call him God.
Yes.
That doesn't mean everyone does the same. But what you just said there is exactly what everyone in this world needs. And you know what it needs? It needs connection.
Yeah.
It needs communication. whether it's through unfortunate circumstances, or it actually could be just a group of people talking. Wouldn't that be really nice? You know,
Right.
instead of, sorry, Dago, sorry.
No, yeah, I said you're right, and then that there's no need to apologize ever.
Yeah.
I
You
know,
are,
but I love you. I don't want to ruin your show.
honey. You're
But there's
not.
also channels that
Um,
there's also channels that don't have
Thank you, Bebo.
good intention. So I just want to say thank you to Dega for allowing us to have a voice and a platform to go to be okay with expressing how we feel. Because I'll tell you what, I can't go
Always.
to other channels and talk like this. I'll be
Same.
honest with you.
That-
Yeah,
that-
Willie. See, Willie. See, whenever it hit me, and I rang Dago, and I really didn't believe that the four, Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Zana had passed, or I don't want to say the word, and I rang him, and I was like, I think it was them four that ran across the back, and they get into a car and they drove away, and they're in protective custody, and they're safe, and we're going to find out soon.
Wouldn't that be something?
And he said, no, Dago told me, no, love, it's not it. They are the past. And I couldn't believe it, because there's some people on this earth who do not want to believe there are bad people that would do something like this.
Right. And listen, Sinead, please. I adore you. You know that. Please don't. I don't want you to get yourself upset, and that's why I wanted to tell you that right away, that we knew that it wasn't, because I didn't want you to carry that around, and I didn't want you to hurt yourself anymore with
I
that.
knew you knew that, Dago.
Right.
That's why I loved you so much.
You know what, though, I would like to say, when you said that, my heart leapt in a what if.
It does.
It does, because we can't imagine the horror. And I swear, as you said that, I thought, oh, wow, wouldn't that be something? Because we all hope that there was a happy ending in the end, and sadly not in this.
And that's exactly where her heart was, because she is such a sweet soul that she wanted to just believe that they were able to just move along in a different way. And I felt that. I felt that, and I felt her immediately with that. Okay. And that's why I said, no, unfortunately, because it's hard enough to carry around the pain of what this has caused and what it is. But to carry that around and then to find out at a later date that you were completely off with it would be just too disheartening. And she, as you've known, has just explained that she's put herself through stress as it is.
Yeah. It's like whenever you go to bed, Dago.
We come back. Don't worry.
But whenever you go to bed, when you lay your head in that pillow,
yeah,
you hope you're going to wake up in the morning, and that's called hope.
Yep. And that's why I always say I would never ever want to live forever, because like you just said, the knowing that you're not that you could possibly not wake up tomorrow, and that you're not going to wake up one day, is how you live your life. Because if you never died, you would just do whatever you wanted all day, and you wouldn't value anything. We value things on the time that we still have here. Think of that.
Yeah.
Oh, that is perfect, Willie.
Absolutely, brother. 100%. And that's a huge thing. It really is.
It's a hope that everyone in this world has, just to wake up tomorrow. And but we take it for granted,
That's right.
you know.
Every day.
But I go to bed and, well, I don't. I go to bed after I go out and get all the thing for the homeless, and then I go to bed, and then I thank whoever it is, whoever you believe in. I believe in something, and you believe in whatever, and I go, thank you for this bed, thank you for the roof over my house, and it's lashing with rain. Thank you that I can go to sleep at night, and it's absolutely horrendous. Like, whenever I think that these 4 youngsters, as I will call them, because they're youngsters to me, still have not got their justice. And by the way, Diego, there's no such thing as justice. I've told you this before a million times, and no matter if the perpetrator was found guilty, and I don't believe, and you know I don't believe it was BK, and if he does what happened here a long, long time ago in Ireland, firing squad, and I don't know what I would be able to handle that, but that's neither here nor there, because it's not, it's more the family. But is that justice?
No, I know.
Because it will never ever bring you back.
But if you look at that case and the Delphi case, at least it kind of seems like he's getting a fighting chance, right? Because they're like, you know.
Well, to an extent, yeah. Compared to that, but still no. In my opinion. Real quick though, Lindsay.
Well, Willie, to be quite honest, I actually don't think that man is getting a fighting chance whatsoever, because there's been a lot of things that have come out, and it is, and I've read about it, I've looked into it, and it's really not all clean cut, and I don't, and especially after what happened, I don't want to say it over Diego's thing, but what happened to one of the defense,
right.
I really think that the 2 or maybe 3 cases that are going on right now are so absolutely deep in.
Yes.
Thank
very
you.
much
I said that earlier.
Real quick though, I'd like to say, first of all, thank you, Lindsay, so much for the super chat. And again, she says, I lost my daughter at 17, November 11th, and I've been saying this ever since. I can barely get out of bed, and often don't. But YouTube interactions have been a lifeline for me. Such wonderful, kind people in your chat. Thank you so much, Lindsay. And you are 100% part of this community. So thank you for having the courage to speak about that. And I'm so very sorry for your loss. And know that we are here with and for you at the same time.
Oh, I can light a candle. What's her daughter's name?
I don't know. She can put it in chat if she would like to.
Okay. Because I pray for everyone, and
absolutely.
Oh dear Lord, that's horrible.
Her name is Kendall. Beautiful name, by the way. Beautiful name.
Nice name.
Oh my gosh.
And again, I'm so sorry, Lindsay. Again, you have my thoughts and prayers. And
is that your daughter in the picture?
I do believe so.
Oh, I'm lighting the candle. Hold on. Oh, candle, isn't that so weird?
Oh yeah.
I'm about to light a candle, and her name's Candle. But I'll be praying so much for her soul, and it is like, these things happen and people don't even hear about it. And, you know, and oh God, I'm just the big black box on the screen. I would love to show, you know, my lovely photo, but someone told me to take it off.
What?
Screw them.
Yeah, someone told
you to take it off.
Yeah, it was with my niece, and someone told me to take it off, and now I am a black bloody box.
Hang on now. Hang on. What do you mean someone told you to take your
Were
face
they
off?
being mean, or did they just say take it down for your safety?
Good
Yeah.
point, Julie.
They
Ah,
said for my own good,
well
Okay.
done, Willie. Well done.
as if I really care anyway. You know, and I'm gonna try to find what way to put it back up again, but because you've got all yours, and then it's just a black box. But
Okay, your voice anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, there's a lot of people who don't have photos. So
I know, but Diego knows what I look like.
no, it's fine. Listen, it doesn't matter. It matters who you are. I mean, and it seems like you're a good person. So, you know, picture, no
You're
picture.
right. See that word seems. I like what you said there, because people seem to be good people and seem to be nice, but until you get to know them, then that's when you'll find out.
Well,
But
did you know, that is absolute nonsense. I do know what you look like. You are absolutely just as beautiful on the outside as your soul is inside. And absolutely nothing anybody can tell me any different about it. So anybody telling you to take your picture down is absolutely ridiculous. So
well, I hope I can get my picture back up. I don't know how to do it, but it was lovely speaking to you, and Dago, keep doing what you're doing, because I never knew about the Delphi. I don't want to say the word, but once I got to learn about the Nordic and the sayings about it and what happened, then that's when I started to look into it, because,
right,
as I said, my family are Nordic. So, and I just went, oh my Lord, oh my God, this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just because you're a pagan doesn't make you a bad person.
That's right.
Ireland was full of pagans for thousands of years. And they said it was St. Patrick who came, which was it's just a folklore. It's not really real. But
Right.
I understand all that. And
Yes.
I've been like, I got away. Remember, I told you I got away from the Catholic
Right.
faith a way long time ago and started looking up different. And it is really weird. All our holidays and days off and bank holidays and this and blah and this and that. It's all pagan holidays.
Right.
So,
Absolutely.
you know, I think we all need to maybe put a wee full stop at the end of our day and go, I'm going to look into this, because there's something about this. And I'm not saying that it's true, but if it is what they're saying it is, then there's something that has to be looked at.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
100%.
Yes, ma'am.
Before you go, is the other trial that you were talking about the one in Maryland? Because you said that there's three of them going on, which is obviously Idaho, Delphi, and what's the other third one you were talking about?
Oh, Karen Reid, but that's
what I thought.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it is the same. I didn't know if there was another trial going on that I.
No, it's
that
just
I
that,
missed.
and that's another big one we're going to be delving into here pretty quick too. So
Are
it's
you?
Yeah, because I lived in Boston for 2 years, so
Oh, wow.
not that that matters, but Boston like is in my heart. It's like my second home, and I used to go to Canton for the Gaelic games. You
Right.
know, it's
Mhm.
like Irish football, and never even thought anything of it. Only it was like really, really dear. But apart from that, I just looked into it, and then Turtle Boy, and then watching and watching and watching, and then obviously I got ill for a wee while, and then I was like, oh my lord, I can't stick this anymore. What is going on in this world? You know, where people can do this, and whether you believe, you know, there's all sides to everything. There's 3 sides, as my mummy used to say. You know, their side, and the truth's in the middle somewhere.
Right.
But I just hope to God that you know that she, I believe she's, you know, innocent of everything, but that doesn't mean your listeners believe that. But I will. I'm going. I'm ready. I've got my candle for candle, and I'm going to
Thank
light
you.
it now.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that, as I know Lindsay does, and all the rest of us do. And understand something. I absolutely, by all means, adore everything about you, Sinead. I always have from the moment that I met you. And I want you to know that you always have a place in this community
yeah.
and on my panel to speak whenever you feel that you want to or you need to. Okay. And
I
know that
love you.
I absolutely know. And you're probably one of the most authentically heartfelt persons I've ever met in my life. And that is why I adore you so much.
Well, you're not the first to say that. But
Yeah, shut up. There you go.
I
Really,
just want you to know you never have to worry
get
about
off your
being here.
pedestal, Dago. Come on.
Right. Well, you don't ever have to worry about being up here and being afraid to speak, please. Ever. Everybody in here will absolutely adores you as well. They want to hear what you have to say.
I actually really like the I really like Willie, because he's
thank you.
spiritual, and oh god, see the screen's that bloody small. Hold on. And I really like that lady. I'd like to know where she's actually from. Nellie B.
Pembrokeshire.
Pembrokeshire. Oh, Wales. Right, okay. And I just really want to thank you for listening to me and having the patience.
You don't need to thank me. You've been a pleasure. Honestly, thank you for listening to me.
You're part of this family, Sinead. It's part of that's what it is. Absolutely what it is.
I just wish you had a wee Irish accent, you know, like I mean, poke my hole, you know.
Okay, which part of Ireland you from, Sinead?
The north, unfortunately. Where if it was down south, it'd be like, oh, Diego, what are you talking about now, Diego?
My best friend
Stop that nonsense.
We're from Belfast, you know. Oh yes, they were from blimmin' heck, I can't remember.
I love it. I love
I
it.
wish there was like a Babel to like teach you like an accent instead of a language.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Northern Ireland. My
I'm
best
jealous.
friends were from Giant's Causeway up that way, Sinead.
Oh my lord. Are you serious?
Serious. I can't remember where actually they were from, but they were right near the Giant's Causeway there, Sinead.
Oh, for God's sake, I'm just down the road. Don't you worry about that.
Can I just say one thing?
I love it. I love you
Oh
guys.
my
I just
lord.
crossed the water. I'm in Pembrokeshire, West Wales here.
Hello?
Hey, Terry. Welcome. Good to see you, hon.
Oh,
Hi.
Can you hear me, Terry?
yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Welcome, my dear. Good to see you. Neighbor.
You're welcome, my love.
All right. So again, thank you, Sinead, so much. I absolutely love listening to you, everything you ever have to say, and know that you're always welcome to be here at any time. Anytime I'm here to say whatever you need to say, okay?
Love you, love you, love you. And I actually really love all the chat. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, my dear. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, okay?
Well, it is bedtime. It is like 10 to 12.
Well, there you go. Get some well-needed rest, I'm sure. We all love you to death.
And thank you, Willie and Emma B. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
Sinead. Lots of love to you.
Sleep well.
And what's that you say whenever you leave someone and your prayer or your hands are in prayer?
Peace.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Peace be with you, but there's another one. Oh, namaste.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Now we're Buddhist.
Namaste.
Oh.
Love you. Love you.
Sleep well.
Yamo to you, and I hope you have a wonderful night, my dear. We love you.
And maybe I'll come on and be serious.
No problem, darling. Have a great night, okay?
Namaste, Dago. Love you.
You too, my dear. You too.
Oh.
Oh, wow. She's so well. I love her to death. Again, welcome, Terry. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
You too, my love.
How are you?
Is somebody talk? I mean, I don't want to over talk
No.
something.
No. Nobody's talking.
What?
No, nobody else is talking. You're fine.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing that. I'm hearing her from the past. Okay. First one, Nelly, you have a new best friend, baby.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm made up. That's really sweet. Thank you. Can I ask why? Has Terry gone? Have I scared her off?
No, I think she's having. Are you? Can you hear me, Terry? She might be
Anyway.
Oh,
there it is.
Okay.
She got an apple.
I can't tell if like people are talking, so I apologize.
No, you're fine. You can talk right away, and
Okay.
you're fine.
Okay. So Nelly, give me your contact.
Oh, what, my YouTube channel?
Oh my gosh. We adopted our kids, and so I am an older mother.
Oh, yeah, us old mothers, eh? Well, you look beautiful to me anyway. So what do you want? Do you want my email address?
I would love that, please.
Okay, can I do that in chat?
Yeah, you can actually do it in the private chat if you want to put it in the back.
I don't know because I'm
Yeah, put it in back chat.
One on my it's just a general one on my YouTube.
Whatever you want to do, Nelly. You can drop it in the regular chat.
I think that you and I are so alike.
Oh, I love that. I'm going to put it in. It's no secret. It's on my YouTube channel, but there you go. It's in private chat.
Okay, what's your YouTube channel, babe?
It's Beyond the Pale.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Sorry, Beyond the Pale.
I can't hear because somebody's talking every time I try to talk to you.
Okay, hang on. Let me go back.
You might just be getting feedback if nobody's talking. Why don't you just type it in the back chat for her?
She's
and then you can just click on it.
That's the problem. She's got a delay. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Hold on.
Why don't you do me a favor, Nelly? Because all I can hear are 15 people talking. Is that
it's in private chat? My YouTube channel and my
okay. How do I get there?
You should get a tab.
Click on the top left hand corner where it says chat.
Okay.
How about this? Give it to Dago, and I'll get it from him.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Okay.
I've just lied to you. That is not my YouTube channel at all. Ignore the. Hang on, Pale.
What is your new YouTube channel?
There we go. At Pale and Beyond. Sorry, ignore the first one. Beyond the Pale. It's at Pale and Beyond.
Honey, I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to. I can't hear you.
And it is Pale and Beyond. And then we'll do it. That's done then.
I can.
There we go. All done.
You're on a delay. It's your internet.
Okay.
You'll hear me in 5 seconds.
Anything, but
Yeah, that's no problem, Terry. It's the delay. That's why it sounds like people.
There we go. Thank you very much, Terry.
Are you still there, Terry?
yeah, I'm still here. I just can't hear anything. But
Yeah, you got a delay going, and I think you might have your YouTube on in the background still.
I do. How do you
Yeah,
do that?
you have to shut that down or mute that while you're up here.
No, probably. Okay,
Do you have an iPhone?
I was thinking. Yeah, hold on.
That's your issue. That's your first problem.
Right. Right.
Mike, come help.
I'm racist when it comes to phones.
Listening to her.
So am I. And my wife has an iPhone too.
You too.
That's the only thing I'll give somebody shit about.
Help. Me. What's this? It's on a delay.
Oh, what happened to Nelly?
Here's that.
We lost Melody too.
Yeah, they said it's on YouTube.
Okay, so when you click the link to come up here, Terry, then what you have to do is mute the where you were watching me at.
Yeah.
You're in StreamYard now with us rather than being on the YouTube. So you have to mute the YouTube.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, hold on.
Right. That's where the feedback's coming from. It takes a while to get used to these things, and now she's gone. Okay.
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, brother? Thank you for doing it. So yeah, this case has been another one.
Man.
I don't think we've had any what you would call cut and dry, black and white cases over the past year or so. Everything has been something.
That's what I mean. This is all I know. Like this is absurd, man.
It is. It is.
But I'm glad to see that people are speaking out, at least at the Karen Reed, stuff where people are out there with microphones and stuff. So
and we're going to be going right into it too, because I have a very strong belief that Karen is innocent. And
oh my God, yeah.
I mean, it's just come on, look at it.
To me, it's just common. I mean, if the guy wasn't a cop, he'd be in jail. Sorry.
Yeah,
common sense, dude.
Yeah, I can agree. Sherry, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much. Enjoy your meal, and we will see you soon. Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, if you look at it, it just doesn't make sense.
And I think it's so non-believable that no amount of media coverage or painting a picture of who this woman is going to help, this because, I watched how they acted when the defense attorney presented the contradicting evidence, and like, dude, they were like all standing up, like trying to like intimidate people, looking at each other like sketchy as hell. Yeah. And I'm sorry that, I look at body language as a big, key when it comes to like interrogations and shit like that. It's also a big key when you're talking to somebody, watching somebody, and like seeing them fidget and turn and look at each other and stare at the.
I'm miserable. I can't figure it out.
Yeah.
Right.
You there, Terry?
Yeah, I am.
All right,
oh my God.
Is it working now?
Well, as everybody else heard in a delay, I'm miserable. Can't figure it out.
All right, did you set the background down? Are you on a phone or on a computer?
I'm on a computer.
Okay, so what you have to do, all right, this is why this is going on. You have two instances up at the same time.
You know what? Let's just go on a phone.
There you go.
Okay, you can do that too. That's fine. Either way, I appreciate you trying to do this.
Do me a
Either way.
favor, Diego.
Yes.
You and
Yes,
I are
ma'am.
talking tomorrow. You're gonna teach me how to do this
Absolutely. I have no problem with that. None whatsoever.
because I have some. I just love you to death, and I also stuff I want to talk to you about.
Yeah.
I've done some research, and also the fact that what a great show tonight.
Thank
I
you.
just love being on your. All right.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can do that. That's not
You
a
got
problem.
it, buddy.
Yeah.
Love you.
Have a good.
Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you're like you should have like a boomer help chat where you can like help everybody with technology.
It takes some time to figure this out, guys. It does. I mean, when I first started doing this, I was going on other people's shows and stuff, and I was like, how do I, and I'm yelling in the background, like, I can't help myself, and this and that. It's echoing. And they're like, okay, dude, you got it dropped. I'm like, I get it. So, oh no, Mama Bear, somebody says you're a little tired then. You just tried to get in somebody else's car, and he was right behind you. Was he a little upset, you think? That's funny. Oh, Mama Bear. Be careful doing that stuff.
I just joke. I never mean any harm.
Yeah, I know. Take care, Bonnie. Thank you for joining us today, dear. I appreciate you. So again, guys, yeah, this has been a good show. And again, I thank everybody for having your patience while Sinead spoke. Sinead is an amazing soul. I absolutely love her to death. I think the things that she speaks about, she truly feels deeply and means. Okay, that means a lot to me. So thank you guys for having. She's
See, I wish I like, you know, I have empathy, but like obviously we're men, so we're just natural, just natural. But like, I wish I could have that much empathy. Like, I don't know.
You want to know what happened, dude? I'll be honest with you. I was a typical man. Well, I guess we could say at one point in time, Mr. Hardcore, grew up in a hardcore neighborhood, was a firefighter, did this, did that, blah, 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 Mr. Rough and Tough and all that. And this happened. Okay. When that happened, something inside me changed. Okay. Something, and I guess I'm an empath. A lot of people have been telling me this over the past year, and I never realized it, but whatever. Something opened up my senses, I guess you could say, to empathy and sensitivity towards other people. I became super sensitive and emotional, all of that stuff. So it was just one of them things, man. It happened. You've been through some shit.
Well, obviously I have too, but but that's a phase, So I in my mind, I need to be strong. I need to, but I have empathy, but I'm saying women have way more empathy than men are able to have. And I've seen that in my profession because in not the funeral home industry, but the cemetery industry, when people, somebody passes away and the family walks in and they have to be, consoled. Women are so much better at doing that than men, where 90% of the women in the industry made all the money and 10%, was men.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Didn't mean to interrupt you, but you're right. Women were created. They're created as nurturers, bro. That's what it is. They're created to birth and nurture children. So in turn,
I'm not saying this is everybody. I'm just talking. We're just talking here. I'm not trying to cause any problems. I'm just saying.
I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. But that is the thing: is women were created as nurturers. Now, there's a difference with you and I, though. We were both. You are and I was single fathers. I had custody of my children. You have custody of your child. And you learn certain things as being that you have to kind of be both parents sometimes. You know what I mean? And you need to learn that stuff on the other side of it. That was something else that changed me. So it's not that it's a bad thing. It's just that
But that's what I see, because I haven't, I'm not, just because my parents, they divorced and they always had somebody around. I brought one person around my daughter one time in the past 5 years. So I don't bring anybody around her. So as much as I try, I play them, obviously I play them, both sides, but like, you know, I'm obviously better at one side than the other. And like, there's stuff that I just can't, you know, I just naturally can't do or like, be, you know, have or whatever that like, you know, and that's why it's good to have a motherly figure and a fatherly figure. And you can see how it impacts, you know, children throughout their life. But I'm doing everything I can, you know, this and that, but I'm not rushing to bring somebody in to be that, you know, figure because my daughter's doing fine, you know.
You're doing great, brother. You don't need to bring nobody in. You're doing just fine. It's nice to have somebody else around. Yes, you're right, but you don't have to. You're doing just fine, bro.
Yeah. Thanks, man. My daughter's 6 now.
And that's an age, bro. That is an age.
You're telling me. Yeah. So, you know, her mother walked out when she was like 9-10 months old. And then last year she, you know, took her own life. And what really irritates me, Dagan, I don't know. I mean, obviously I told you what happened to her, but I don't think I told you this. I don't mind saying it just because we've been talking about it, is she passed away in the hands of the state. And there's a very, very big investigation going on right now. Lawyers involved, stuff like that.
That makes that even harder, bro.
So, you know, I gotta look at that.
So here we are. Yes, you're right. Here we are again. Where is the trust? The trust issue with this, that these are the people and the places that are supposed to be secure, that we're supposed to trust in, that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing and making things happen the right way. And obviously, here we are.
You know, and unfortunately, you know, right now it's just all civil. Okay, but from the amount of stuff that's being uncovered and the amount of foul play and things that weren't followed, it changed all their procedures in that jail and basically just swept everything under. So I'm like, not only am I seeing it right now, like from being entered into the true crime community from Brian, but I'm also watching it like through my eyes happen where everything is just, it's sad, man. It really is.
Even with as garbage as mainstream media is, we still see things that are true. I just watched it was a couple months back. I watched a news reel about a guy that was put in jail, a local county jail, and was eaten to death by bed bugs and cockroaches in that cell.
Jeez.
Are you kidding me? You're kidding me. How does that even happen? They go into the jail and they show the conditions in the jail after the fact. This human being was eaten alive by bed bugs and cockroaches. What? You're kidding. I mean, I couldn't believe this, but this is what I'm saying.
That's disgusting, man.
It is. And it shows.
And here we, you know, and you know, at the time, our mother was, you know, a 25-year-old young woman, okay, who not only did she attempt it once, but she succeeded a second time and was found hours later. So
nobody was paying attention.
Well, listen, if you attempt it, what do they usually do?
They put you in that special custody, specific custody.
There you go. So
they didn't do that. That's right.
So when you find somebody in a closet 2 hours later after a second attempt, something went wrong in that
Somebody didn't
time
do their
frame.
job. Somebody did their job. It happens a lot, bro. It happens a lot. And it's disgusting. It happens that much. And now, I'm sorry for saying it like this, I don't know what the relationship was before that happened between you and her. You know, you said she walked out, but she's still your child's mother. Period.
Well, that's my thing. Is she, you know, she trying to not talk too loud, but you know, she was never like involved. But,
right.
You know, she was obviously. It's a human being that still has an opportunity to get clean and have a relationship with their child, and I would have no problem of, you know, accommodating that in the future if she would have got clean. But you stripped that opportunity away from my daughter. By not, you know, doing what we pay you to do and protect people from themselves.
Right.
And, you know, now I have to watch her family, watched her dad almost have a stroke during the funeral and stuff like that. So I'm watching people go through it. I am going through it. My kids, you know what I mean? So like that angers me even more. And that's maybe why I'm so, I guess, passionate when I talk and upset some people, but I'd rather hurt somebody with the truth than comfort them with the damn lie, because like you're comforted so long that, you know, you just get too comfortable.
I'm about to use that, bro. If you don't mind, I want to use that. I love that.
What?
that I'd rather comfort somebody or hurt somebody with the truth than comfort them with a lie. That's a fact.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Fact. And there's a lot of that. There's a lot of people that are trying to comfort people with lies rather than telling them the truth. That is a full-blown fact, dude. And that's the problem. That is the problem. That's why people that are in here, you, me, Nelly, everybody else that's in here, need to see these things for what they are and speak out on these things. Whether it's to each other right now, at least it's being done. At least it's being talked about. At least it's being seen and heard. You know, there are other creators out there that don't want this stuff talked about. You know, one in particular, they don't want anything like this being spoke about. Who cares if you say hello to somebody? Who cares if you tell somebody, I hope you have a good day? Who cares? You know,
and that's what I mean, dude. Like, and that's why, like, you know, you can obviously tell that I've been through so much, dude, where I don't give a shit anymore. Like, I've been through so much where there's nothing that I feel that I can't do, or I feel that I fear, other than obviously, you know, what everybody's biggest fear is, you know, as a parent. But I have no fear, so I don't fear anything. So that's why, like, I'm like, you know, and I don't mean to be an asshole sometimes, and I mean, people obviously take me to be, but I'm just being raw because I have no reason to bullshit anybody on here. Because remember, after we turn this off, we all go back to our lives. But this is a time for you, like I said, you to allow me, to allow everybody to come up and have a voice and vent about what we truly feel, because us talking to, you know, people in our lives, they don't get us sometimes. You know, they don't get our point of view on things because they're not in this like everybody here, you know? So it's like a place where everybody can come, and it's like not only is it informative, but it's also like a kind of like a therapy, you know?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. But yeah, no. That's what it's all about, brother. That's exactly what it's all about. So, what a day!
I didn't mean to get off topic. This is fucked up. This dude, listen. If nobody steps in and getting as pissed off as they are in this Karen Reed case for this, you know, poor guy.
I mean, look what happened to Turtle Boy. Look what happened to him. You know what I mean?
Who is Turtle Boy?
That he is the #1 advocate for Karen Reed. He may be a little dramatic, but he was arrested over this stuff because he's been.
Yeah, I saw some dude they interviewed, and they were like, "Why are you so passionate?" And he was like, "Because I'm pissed off about it." Is that who they're calling Turtle Boy?
Yeah, that's his nickname. Yeah.
See, why do they have to have a dick nickname?
Well, he had that nickname beforehand. His name is Aiden.
Okay.
But just that's what he goes by. Either way, just saying, it's the passion. I have passion. You know, you have passion. Quite a few people do, which is why we do what we do. Okay. Mm-hmm. So at that point, you know, can you imagine and this is a question I asked my wife actually asked me this, I should say. Can you imagine with these cases the way they are, if none of us were out here doing what we're doing, what it would be like?
Exactly. We just, that's what I'm saying. We just see what's on that box, and whatever that box tells us, we take for face value.
You read the chalkboard, you answer, and you shake your head and you walk away. That is not the way it's got to be. It can't be. It's been that way for too long, obviously, you guys. Obviously.
That's the problem, is you can only turn away for so long where it literally starts to affect your psyche.
Yes. Yeah. And even while we're doing this, it affects your psyche. Did you know what I've been through?
I'm sweating right now, dude. You kidding me?
Exactly. And when I'm in here doing the research on these things, when I do, thank God I have a team that does this with me. I wouldn't do this by myself. There's no way. Mama Bear and Molly and Mikey and all these people, Salty Sleuth, all these people that are behind me in this, when we do this stuff, if I was in here by myself, you guys would have been a long time ago.
Oh, dude, I'd get canceled in a week. I need to have a handler, all kinds of shit. If I was the fucking ever,
it's too much, man. Because when we open these doors and we see these things for what they are, it's just like, what the fuck is this? Excuse my language, but that's no other way to put it. What is this? How is this? Why is this? And then when we talk about it, of course, there's always going to be somebody that comes out and says, you need to shut up. You need to stop talking about this. You're wrong. You don't have a neck. You're this. Where's your teeth? You know, these people they're trying to shut us down because they don't like anything opposing what their belief is. which is what the mainstream belief is, and it's not cool.
No, and I can't imagine how, again, obviously, no offense, but you're a little older than I am. I don't know how old you are, but, you've been through time. Huh?
I'm 48 years old, my friend.
Okay, so I'm 30. So you've been 30. I've never been 48. Okay, so you've experienced stuff that I obviously haven't, and have seen more than I have. So I can't imagine how you feel with having, that many more years of seeing how it kind of went gradually from the news reporting, if the station was pissed off about it, you could see they were pissed off and they would report the truth, but how it kind of slowly shifted to a narrative. And now it, you know what I mean?
I'll be honest with you. I was still a robot when I was 30, Willie, because I didn't know any different. I didn't see any different. I didn't open up my mind and allow for that critical thinking, we'll say, to step out and see these things and go, wait a minute, why is this happening? Why is it okay? Why do we have to say it's okay for this to happen? Why is it that we're just standing here letting this happen? Because, well, yes, we know we don't have that control. There's nothing we can do about that, okay? But if nothing else, we're talking about it. We're voicing it to each other. We're supporting each other while we talk about it, and we're supporting the things that need to be talked about. And we talk about it regularly. It's not just
as much as they created these devices to kind of control us a little bit, what they didn't think about was how it opens up a new avenue for anybody to come together right now from wherever they are in the world to have the same opinion on something or a different opinion on something, and then be able to actually do something about it because we're able to interact like this. Which you see, before you had to wait a week till you saw in a newspaper, right?
That's right. Or you pick up a phone and you dial.
I mean, the Holocaust. I mean, if you look back and if you really look back in time, the Holocaust was on what, page 9 in the newspaper? I'm sorry, in the bottom of page 9.
Right. Yep, it was not important. It was unimportant because they didn't want you to see it. Okay, so therefore, you put these things on front page news, which is what this is right now. This is the real news. I've been calling that this for about 6, 7, 8 months now. The internet, YouTube, what we're doing is real news. We bring as much of the truth as we can when we get as much of the truth that we can get. Okay, it's still twisted a lot out here in some ways, but we bring as much of the truth as we possibly can out here because we know now that we don't get it from mainstream. They give us what they want us to hear. We've learned that literally within the past couple of years. A lot of us have come down. I think it was Mandy that just said she stopped watching mainstream media November 14th of last year, because guess what happened? That's when Idaho happened, and that's when it all changed in that sense. And every case, it gets a little bit more intense. The Kylie Rodney case, we all went nuts with that one and was like, what the hell? Okay, fine. Then this case pops up, and there's a little bit more, and now we got the Long Island serial killer we're looking at. We have the Carrie Reed case, that scenario, and that is involving a lot of these cases. If we're seeing this, are law enforcement involved? Okay, and I'm not saying it. Listen, when I say this, I don't want this to be taken the wrong way. My grandfather, my uncle, my father were all law enforcement officers. My grandfather was a chief. Okay, they were detectives. All of this stuff, it's all in my family. That's what I wanted to do. Physically, things happened, and I couldn't. It is what it is. So I do this, okay? I've always been into crime in my whole life, and I'm talking back when I was 5 years old reading Encyclopedia Brown books, okay? It started then. The Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew. So that tells you it's in my blood, okay? And I have a blue light on my front porch in support of the police. I have a flag that I fly in support of the police. I support 100% law enforcement that's real and that is non-corrupt. And I have friends that are involved in law enforcement locally out here that have told me themselves, we're not all there, guys. We're not everybody is who they say they are, and not everybody's corrupt. But it is a fact, folks. It's fact. Okay, there's nothing you can do about that. Excuse me. But defunding the police is not the answer, folks. I promise you that. Defunding the police is not the answer.
No,
not at all.
It's creating some kind of, whatever you want to call it, organization, something to hold somebody accountable.
Yes, that's it. They cannot be allowed.
Because what's the farthest up you can go, Dago?
far as you want to go, brother, until you want
No,
it.
no. I mean, as far as like change go, like where does it really end where they kind of, sweep shit? The FBI.
Yeah, we don't know. And that's where it gets weird. Do you talk about that or do you not talk about that? We don't know. I don't know FBI. You don't know. We know what we see.
I'm just going by what I'm, just from everything that happened. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm sure, I said this the other day, I'm sure that there's multiple agencies that have taken shortcuts to help aid in the quick succession of a case, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. Shortcuts are shortcuts. As long as they're not hurting somebody, it shouldn't be a big deal. But where does that start and stop, though? Okay, so like I mentioned, for instance, with Brian's case, I said as a speculative theory, what if the FBI used an unsanctioned database to run that DNA? What if that's why they didn't want them to use that in the case? Because they didn't want that to come out and it would be unsanctioned and it would make people look at them because they take shortcuts sometimes to make things happen in a good way. But this time, they didn't heed the words of do not use this. And now we're in this situation with this. So there in turn, that's what happens. So I'm not saying that's what it is, folks. That's just a speculative theory of my own. It may not be even anything remotely true. It's just something based on what I've seen. It makes me wonder, okay. Mm-hmm. So you're right though. Where does it start and where does it stop? Okay. Speculation is a good thing in some ways. Speculation is a bad thing in some ways. And it depends on how you control it, I think. If you can speculate something without getting carried away, dive down into them damn holes and get stuck down there, if you can avoid that, then you're good.
But like you said, speculation is okay. But as soon as you start thinking opposite, everybody calls it a conspiracy theory. And I just don't understand. If I was married to somebody and they cheated on me and they lied to me and I broke up with them, I would never trust them again because they lied to me. How many times am I going to be lied to where I finally say enough's enough? So, we're lied, like you said, the media and this and that and our government and so many people lie to you where it's like you lose trust, but yet I'm supposed to still have trust.
What I think needs to be done is I think that the media needs to be held accountable first and foremost. That's a big one. That would be a start. I think media needs to be held accountable. And they should not be able to put things out that are not true. And that goes for us out here too. Okay. Now I will say this. Sometimes you can't control it because rumor is what it is and it causes things to happen. But the media, mainstream, are the ones that have the closest contact with law enforcement, legal aspects, things like that. So therefore, in turn, they should be held accountable when it comes to that, to bringing you the real shit. Not taking that story that was given to them, sitting down with a pencil and an eraser and erasing and fixing and then saying, here's the story. Well, and it's all bullshit because they changed it. That's what pisses me off. You can sit down and we've watched this happen, you guys. You know this. We've watched Dateline and Nightline and all these other lines and all this other bullshit, okay? Do interviews with people, and that's not the damn interview. What you get back after the fact is something they've edited and clipped and fixed. And here's what they give you, and you know that's not what happened because we've heard it out of the horse's mouth. Okay? The same type of shit happened on the Drunk Turkey Show. They got put on TV through Nightline, did this, did that. Daniel even said that ain't how that happened, but that's what they put out.
What about the Darlie Routier case where they didn't present the video or when they presented the video to the jury, they only presented the video of when they were shooting the silly string onto the grave, not all the mourning the family was doing 45 minutes beforehand. And what did that do? That caused the jury to throw her ass in jail forever. And what happened? They showed the jury a couple of members that video, and they said that they would not convict her if they would have seen that. So again, it's little shit like that is like you said, it's scary. I mean, right now, listen, in front, there's 8 motions right now, and we have somebody that's asking the cops, "Hey, how did you find me? How'd you get my name?" And they're like, "We're not going to tell you." But yet he's supposed to have a trial. There's another guy who's in prison right now, and he's not even convicted.
Right. Why is that? Why is that? And nobody can give us an answer. Nobody will give us an answer. We get their answer. We get their answer. And like Sinead said a little bit ago, there's what I said, there's what you said, and whatever's in the middle somewhere is what the truth is. That's the problem. They don't have to tell us. That's the thing. We are not anybody. None of this is any of our business. That's the problem. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's something else. I think that it used to be a long time ago that a crime was public knowledge, period. That everything was done in the public eye. You'd get caught stealing. They'd take you out, and in the middle of the square, you'd be hung.
Mm-hmm.
That was that. Crime was very low back then because they were petrified of how it was going to be handled. But in the courts, it was, cut and dry. He did it. He didn't do it. Well, yep, he did it. Okay. Put him on the rope. We're done. That's it. End story. And nothing's like that anymore. But, things need to be, I think, like I said, I think a good start would be that the media should be held accountable for the truth and the lies that they tell. And if they come out and they give misinformation on purpose,
they just created an upbringing in the Middle East yesterday.
I know.
So let's take that for just real quick as an example. A missile hit somewhere. So that means that the media did not verify. So if me and you post something on social media, it has to be fact check, all that kind of shit, or they'll take it down. But the media can say whatever they want on national television and cause an upbringing halfway across the world. So, like you said,
accountability.
Who's going to hold CNN accountable for that, or ABC, whoever the hell reported that? Nobody.
That's right. That is absolutely right, and they know that, which is why they do what they do. They did. That's actually against the law. You know that, okay? To induce a panic, which it does.
Mm-hmm.
It does. Inducing a panic is illegal, folks. You can be arrested for that, charged with that, do jail time for that, okay? The media does it every damn day. Every damn day. Nobody holds them accountable for it. Never, ever, ever does it happen. That's where it's got to start. At least on this aspect of it, that's where it's got to start. And I think if that were to be held accountable at that level, I think it would change things at other levels, because then if the media has to put the truth out regardless, they're only going to be given.
But they can't, though. See, at this point, like I said before, they're so far deep where they can't start. Dude, you're telling me they're going to tell everybody who was on the Epstein list? Do you understand the riots that would ensue in Hollywood and everywhere else if they actually were honest about who went to that damn island? If they were 100% honest, it would be chaos, and rightfully so.
Yes, it would shut everything down. You're right.
But rightfully so, because at least we would know that there's some people that look up to these people. And in reality, that person is a sick SOB. So why, but that's okay. That's okay to have millions of people looking up to that person. But yeah, that person did something undescribable, and we're not going to come out with it because why? Why are we protecting these people?
They're saying money. Us. It protects us as a people to keep us from, just like the, I know this is a bad excuse, but extraterrestrial, aliens, all that bullshit that they've said, they're protecting.
That went away quick, huh?
They're protecting us from it. Are you? Why? You don't know how I'm going to react to that.
Exactly.
You induce a panic. Well, you do that every day by putting the shit out on the news that you put out. So what's the damn difference?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying, if it's real, then give it to us. If it's not, stop showing it to us. That's all I got to say.
I mean, what they have. I mean, that guy was supposed to tell all this stuff to all those people behind closed doors, never going to have other meetings. All I saw was one meeting.
That's it. Because they've seen how the reaction was to it. Okay.
Yeah, it was like, okay, we know.
Cool. Daisy has it right on, right there. It's a distraction. It's another distraction. We've learned over the past, since we've become I think our generation itself, and a little before us and a little after us, have really caught on to this stuff. There are so many distractions, and they give them to us on a regular. I think that's what news media is all about.
Well, yeah, because when you induce I guess when you report something and it induces a panic or whatever, then that's control, man. So nobody holds the media accountable because the media is controlled.
Right, and that does include this.
They're never going to hold them accountable.
Social media should be right in there with that, because now, like I said,
we saw Twitter, Dago. We saw Twitter.
Oh, well, all of it. It should all be the same. It should be.
Imagine all the other apps. If Twitter suppressed that much stuff and all that stuff that came out, and I guess everybody just forgot about it. Imagine Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everywhere else, man, where stuff suppressed. Only this is shown. Only that's shown. I don't like that. Like I said, show me the truth. Just. It's
like
cool. I'm not mad at you. Just show me the truth. You didn't do it. You know what I mean?
And like I said, social media, all of this included, should be held just as accountable. Now, the difference between misinformation and disinformation, mistaken information, we can make mistakes. We're human. To err is human. Purposely putting out disinformation is what I'm talking about, okay? That is where the problem is. And that's a lot of this, a whole lot of this. People make mistakes every day. Sometimes you hear something wrong. Sometimes you go based on something that you have heard as a rumor. You didn't vet it very well and you put it out. I've been guilty of that myself, okay? I don't do it on purpose, but it has happened. It is what it is. But it needs to be held to where people are doing this for entertainment purposes, just to grift and make money. That's the problem right there. I'm going to put this information out because I know the reaction I'm going to get from it. I know thousands of views, and I know I'm going to get a paycheck out of it. That has to stop.
Exactly. Views. And it's not even, instead of being the first one, because everybody wants to be the first one to the scene, instead of being the first one with the truth to the scene. You know, because it's like, who can get there first and report it? But yet, what do you really report? Why don't you wait?
There's been multiple times that I've gotten information on specific, even in the Idaho case, this and that I could drop it right now. I go live at midnight, and I promise you people will be there, okay? And I can talk about this, but I don't, because I want to go try and vet the information and make sure what I'm looking at is real, because I get the emails all the time. Okay, let me see. You know, I've had conversations with certain people, and they've told me this, and this. And I'm like, okay, thank you. Let me go see if I can figure out if this is real or not. And if it is, we'll talk about it. If it takes a couple of days, it takes a couple of days. But there are people that need to be out as soon as they get that information in their hand. We're live. This is what I was told. Boom, 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 blah, 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 blah. And then you find out 20 minutes later, it's bullshit.
Yep.
But
the damage is already done.
That damage was done the moment you went live and said Bethany was wearing green socks the day that this happened. Everybody and their mother from that day forward, I don't care what you said, you could show a picture of her wearing pink socks. They're going to say she was wearing green socks.
Every single night for 4 nights, I saw the same headline on a certain channel. I will not name it on here. That was Brian Koberger's Papa Rogers. Then I saw that that video. It's Brian Koberger's Boy Delantra on video. So it's like you see the names of these lives that people go live on, and it's catchy because it's like, it's flat out proof that we got him. And then you get there and it's like, what the hell is this? Just, a lot of speculation. But yet, like you said, the damage is already done with the people that believe that headline. So I don't agree with that.
Said the whole smear campaign, that has been going on from day one in Brian's case. We don't have a choice. Well, we have a choice, and a lot of us have made that choice. But most other people that don't have, and I'm not downing anybody saying this, but they don't have the critical thinking skills that some people do to look through the lines, to read through the lines, to see these things, right? They're just going to take it for what it is, and because they want to believe in the justice system. That's what they were taught. They want to believe in authority. That's what they were taught, and the police and all that other stuff. That's fine. That's what they know. They're comfortable with that, so that's what they go with.
Yeah.
Then you have us other people that will look and read between the lines and go, that doesn't make sense. That couldn't be if that's the way that was. This couldn't be that way. So then we look a little deeper. Then we look a little deeper, and then a little deeper, and then we hit the bullseye at the bottom and go, what is that? That's wrong. Then we go back to the beginning and go, how the hell does this even match up with that? And here we are, okay? And that's the problem. That's the biggest problem. Real quick, guys, Mama Bear just sent this to me. I don't know. Stating that Delphi murders defendant Richard Allen living in an 8x12 cell under suicide watch and 24-hour video surveillance. The Westville prison warden provided specific details about the cell where Allen is living and the accommodations he has offered. And see, look at this man. Look at his face.
I mean, look like him.
It doesn't at all, but look at it. Look at his eyes. His eyes, he looks dead in his eyes, guys. And that's not because he's a murderer. It's because he looks like he's gone, like he's not even in there anymore. That is the shell of what was Richard Allen, in my opinion.
Put him in an 8x. Listen, if you put any person right now, you just take him out of society and put him in an 8x12 cell in a prison.
Yeah.
Let's see their condition in 11 months compared to how you treat them, how much food they're actually eating, and
he's in protective custody. They're saying, but you know what? Somebody earlier, I want to say it was
again, it's still them saying it.
Salty saying that she thinks he's sedated or drugged. I think he is too.
Absolutely.
I think he's like a freaking zombie.
It might just be like he's slowly being, deteriorated from his health, whether they're putting something or whatever. They're just, if he dies, it's case closed, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's
best case scenario for them.
What else are they going to do after that? Their suspect's gone. There is nobody else as far as they're concerned.
We just had a judge allow attorneys to drop out on the day of, so I've seen it all. Go ahead.
And it's prison too. I'm going to play this real quick for you guys.
At number one Nissan Ford,
buy a Nissan.
dedicated to making your car buying experience the
Yeah, I got it.
Well, tonight, we're getting more details on Richard Allen's life inside maximum security prison.
Our John Duran went over the testimony from yesterday's hearing, and he tells us why Allen is under constant surveillance.
23 hours a day, every day, Richard Allen's life is confined to an 8.5-foot by 12-foot cell, which is actually smaller than a parking space. And inside Allen's cell is only a fixed bed frame with a mattress on top, a toilet, and a Bible. Also, a camera that's recording him 24 hours a day. Allen has been on suicide watch at Westville Correctional Facility since last fall. The prison's warden testified Thursday that Allen's mental health seemed to decline the last few months. Because he is on suicide watch, the Indiana Department of Corrections has stationed a prison officer outside Allen's cell around the clock. Another inmate was posted at Allen's cell door as part of the facility's companion program, but the warden said that changed once Allen's mental state declined. Allen was even monitored while speaking to his attorneys. They say prison guards videotaped those meetings, and Westville staff directed Allen.
Why is that?
What?
That right there is a problem for me. That's illegal. I don't care if it's suicide watch or not. That is his privacy. That's wrong. Sorry. That's bullshit. And that is no bigger than my bathroom, you guys. My bathroom's actually bigger than that, actually. That's insane. That is absolutely insane.
So that means 23 hours a day he's inside, half hour for a shower, half hour for a phone. So that means he only gets half hour, really, maybe 15 minutes.
They give him probably a half hour's worth of rec where he walks inside a cage in a circle if he wants to. That's it.
And that's protecting him right there. Jesus God.
Yeah.
To sit in a specific chair that faced a window where prison staff stationed outside the room then recorded the entire meeting through the window.
The privacy with your client is pivotal. I mean, that is the most important thing when you're preparing for trial. I mean, how can you represent someone if you can't have the confidence between one another? So, yes, it's very important, and it's something that his attorneys are rightly concerned about.
At the hearing, the judge agreed to sign a restraining order, preventing Westville Correctional Facility staffers from recording future meetings between Allen and his attorneys. In Indianapolis, John Duran, 13 News.
What attorneys?
I want you to watch something here. Yeah, right. 1 second here. I just noticed something.
Dude, that's... Oh.
They made a comment about, do we need to give them tiny houses with coffee makers? No, I'm not saying that. Okay? What I'm saying is he's human. We don't put dogs in cells that small by themselves. Okay? you need to breathe oxygen from time to time. You need to have a little sunlight in your life every now and again, something like that to survive, folks. Okay. And if I want you to look at the way he looks when he's moving, watch his eyes and his movements. Okay. Again, we got to watch it. It's at the end, so hang on.
We're dedicated to making your car buying experience the.
Now, 1 second here. It's at the very, very end, I think. Okay, right here. Watch his eyes and his movement when he moves.
From recording future meetings between Allen and his attorneys. In Indianapolis, John Duran.
Does that man look like he's there?
There's nothing on the screen, my man.
Oh, shit. I forgot to reshare it. Sorry, hold on. Here, let's do that again.
That's all good.
Here we go. Okay, again, watch his movements, watch his eyes. I've dealt with people that have been put on, like, tranquilizers and stuff like that. Oh, my God. Stop doing this.
Now, listen, if this guy ate somebody's face in general population or did something crazy, okay, I understand. But, like,
Yeah.
this guy's innocent and in prison.
Till proven guilty, that's right. Innocent.
Not jail.
He's not being treated like that.
But if you gotta like the real actual.
Jesus, why does this keep doing this to me?
Hey, shut up.
Thing when you're preparing for trial. I mean, how can
All right, hold on. Again, watch his eyes, watch his movements. This is not like to me, it looks like he ain't there. Sorry.
Meetings between Allen and his attorneys.
In Indianapolis, John Duran, 13.
You see how he just kind of looks through people? He's not looking up at anything.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Yeah, it's like a shell. It's insane. And this dude, when he was first arrested.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. How was he, like, is there a video of him?
Completely different, bro. Completely different.
Really?
Yeah, something's not right with this at all.
So what are they doing? Like shock shit or like,
that was already talked about that I don't think it's true. I hope it's not true. That would be the most ridiculous thing, but that he was given shock treatment. That he's been put on sedatives because of his mental health and this and that. When he made when he called his wife and said that he did this, he was not in the right mind, this and that, everything else. He should be taken out of that place.
And they're watching his meetings with his lawyers.
Everything he does. I think when he's not to be gross, but I think that they're watching him as he's taking a shit in his cell. Okay? There's nothing with this guy that's been kept private to them. They want to know everything he does. Why? Why do you need to watch him shower and shit? And why do you need to watch him with his attorneys? That's his private business. That's not their business, but they're watching it.
But that's what I was getting to. His crimes, he's in prison. If you look in that prison, you're telling me there's not maybe 5 to 10 other people that have done something around, kind of the what they're saying he did, where they're in general population, they're treated completely different than how this guy is. And this guy isn't even convicted yet. There you go.
I know. And here's the thing that I heard this too. Rach just put up. I really wonder about brain injuries. I'd like to see. Now, here's the thing.
It's illegal, man.
He was assaulted a couple times in here, whether it be by inmates or by guards themselves.
How can he be assaulted by inmates if he's in there 23 hours a day and they watch him 24 hours?
That's a great question, isn't it? That's a great question. What the hell?
Ow.
Hold on. I don't know where that keeps coming from. But anyway. So yeah. And the way he's moving and walking, you see, have to help him walk, right?
Yeah. He's not. He looks like he's 70 years old. How old is he?
Oh, shit. How old is he? He's 50 or 51, I think.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he's not old by any means. I think I might be wrong with the age.
Look at those eyes.
That's what I'm saying. He's hollow, folks. He's hollow. They're helping him walk, and it doesn't look like, if you watch his feet when he was walking in the one time, he can't walk right. Why? Did he get hit in the head with something, or his head bashed in? Is that why he's like this now? What's going on with this shit? This is insane. I mean, you're right, Daisy. He didn't go in there looking like Ken and Barbie, but he did not look like this. And if he's refusing to eat, that's fine. I get that. But why is he not walking on his own? Why is he not like focused when he's sitting there. Like even when he's sitting at the table, he looks like he's gone insane, literally.
Yeah.
He's 51. That's what I thought. So that's not
I
a
just,
50.
I mean, I just don't know how this isn't illegal, especially now that we know that they watched and record whatever the hell they did of the conversation with him and his lawyers. I mean, this is all crazy, man.
Right. Yeah, that's what he looks like he belongs in a padded room. Makes me wonder what goes on. And his wife, yeah, I don't think his wife has spoken out about anything. I don't know if it's out of fear or if she's just not allowed to or what the deal is, but something's wrong. Very, very wrong with this. I mean, we see Brian. Brian looks normal. Okay, I'm two different cases. I get it. Okay, but what I'm saying is we've seen Brian Koberger come in and out of court, this and that. He's not looking like this. He's not like this. But Brian maybe is being different than he is as a prisoner. Two different states, two different scenarios, two different situations altogether. But still, we've seen
Brian's not in prison. Brian's not in 8 by whatever room. Brian's not this. Brian's not being denied commissary, being denied, I'm sure, phone calls. I mean, listen, the guy has a half hour to scrub his ass and call his family.
If he's even doing it, right.
If he probably just doesn't even know where he's at. He just sits there for an hour in his cell because he thinks he's somewhere else.
Right. That's what's bothering me. Thank you, Mama Bear. Let me see.
But where is the what's it called?
Human rights activists?
No, yeah, that. But where's the lawyer that stands up and says, you know what, this is messed up. I'm taking this on and put their whatever on the line to expose this, and then maybe be able to be looked at differently as in a positive manner.
Attorneys were fighting to continue helping him, right? So now here's a thought, folks, and I hate to be this way because this sounds very conspiracy-like. I'm gonna have to bring this to a close here pretty soon too, but it's often convenient that his attorneys are being kind of forced to step down, and the judge is bringing in new defense for him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about that for a minute. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God, man.
That bothers me a little bit. I'll say that right out front. That bothers me a little bit. Why? It's almost convenient. Like, okay, let's get rid of these people that are fighting for him, and let's bring these people in. Let's find somebody. She's going to find defense for him.
And again, I'd be okay with all this, but where's the physical evidence? If you're doing all this to him just on circumstance, I mean, Jesus mighty. That's why, listen, they don't want it to go to trial, man.
That's what I'm thinking too. And
she's bringing in her own lawyers. It's going to take them a long time.
Well, this is what he looked like when he went in.
Let me see.
It's kind of small. I can't blow it up anymore.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Completely different looking person. Okay. Completely different.
Listen, that guy could be a completely different person, and I'd be fooled. I mean, I would think.
You're right, that's what I'm saying. We can't compare the two cases. I'm trying to say there was probably a bad comparison, but the way that he's being treated in this case as compared to other cases we've seen is just so different. Is all I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah.
He can't afford a regular attorney to get his own lawyer. I get it. The only way to tell that this is still the same guy, in my opinion, is by looking at his eyes. But his eyes even look more alive in this picture than they do now. Okay. Mm-hmm. Just saying. Is this
like I said, I'm gonna dive into like who he was and stuff, because I know there's probably segments on like his background and stuff. I want to know if it's even possible for him to be in this kind of state right now just because he's locked up. I'm gonna tell you right now, dude. I'm not, this doesn't happen to you just from going to jail. I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't. You're right. It doesn't.
I mean, I know it hurts to not trust the justice system, but they have him in a prison right now, man. And he's not even convicted.
This guy.
That is.
I have a feeling that now that the trial's been extended to God knows when, probably March, maybe April. Let's watch this defense team come out and see if they actually defend him. One.
Exactly.
By the time we get to that court date, we'll see if this man's still with us. That's all I'm
Here's
saying.
what they've been doing, man. They've been breaking this guy and getting him to plead guilty, and he's almost there where they had to buy just a little more time to try more of whatever the hell they're doing, and soon enough, either he's going to die or plead guilty. How much you want to bet?
The thing is, he hasn't pled yet. Now with this new defense team, are they going to push him to plead? Are they going to tell him that would be the best thing for you to do?
They were watching the fact that they were watching the meetings between him and his lawyer. I don't know how this case isn't thrown out just on that aspect.
This guy has not, until those 2 phone calls, not one time has he said, I did that. He's denied every bit of this until those 2 phone calls happened, which was after he was in this state of mind that is way off for him, in my opinion. And now, I don't know. I don't know, you guys. This is insane. And I truly believe that, Sluther, they're trying to break him. And I think that, again, kind of down the hole, but getting rid of this defense team could be.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Where is that pro bono guy to stand up and say this is not right? Where is the, because you can look at this and not only can he get off on not on the lack of evidence, but definitely on a technicality. Just them alone watching him discuss stuff with his lawyers, the case can be thrown out. So
they haven't allowed that pro bono guy to get involved. Or
but I'm saying but I'm saying the more that they stack up and they, because if this happened in any other case, the attorney would be going nuts on the defense side. Absolutely. And the defense would never leak crime scene photos of their own client anyway. So
think about that whole thing in a big picture, Willie. Think about the whole big picture. This point where we're at right now, very conveniently, this happened with the leaked photos, right? That's number one. And then somebody sadly lost their life with that. And then it says it's going to put a wrench in the case, throw a wrench in the case. It's now his defense team has recused themselves now. And meanwhile, the whole time, this man is getting unhealthier and unhealthier and unhealthier and unhealthier. And now, boom. Now, and the way this was explained was that somebody that was a friend, quote unquote, to the attorney got in, got this stuff, got out, put it out, boom, boom, boom. Does it sound to you like that was all done on purpose?
No. Just like BK being thrown in front of a grand jury wasn't on purpose, man. Hey. This shit just happens, remember? This is just how it goes. We're supposed to just believe how it goes.
Trust them, yeah. We just trust them. That's all.
This I guess is due process. This is disgusting.
It is.
And like I said, the fact that he has a family that, has to see him like this and know how he was. Because remember, I can talk good about him all I want. He's an innocent man right now. There's nothing on paper that shows that he's guilty. So, this is an innocent man that they have cooped up in an 8x10, whatever the hell it was, room in a prison where 99.9% of everybody else is in a jail waiting to be tried with commissary and milk and the stuff that he's being denied because he's not getting milk. I'll guarantee he's not getting milk. So when you're keeping vitamins and nutrients away from somebody, what else do you expect?
That's right. That's right. And they're saying, well, he's refusing to eat. Well, what are you giving him to eat? Yeah. Or is that his, they're making it sound like he's doing
why
it.
Is he, or why is he refusing to eat all of a sudden? This guy never refused his whole life not to eat, and all of a sudden, I mean, if he can see you don't have the evidence against him, why would he want to die?
Maybe he's afraid they're trying to poison him. I wouldn't.
They probably are.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that that's a fact, but I mean, think about it.
He's probably looking at it like he can't trust anybody. Like, I'm sure he knows what's going on, but like, he's just not, they're breaking him. Like I said, they just want him to confess. That's all.
That's pretty much what it is.
Right now, I'm telling you right now, even if he confessed, I mean, in the future, anybody could take this case back on and get it thrown out because just on that one factor of them. Now, did they say they videotaped it or they just watched the interactions?
No, they said they were videotaping them too.
So, so the state had him on video talking to his attorneys, knowing everything that they were going to. I mean, that is, if that's not if that doesn't piss you off, then I don't know what would.
It absolutely does. That's why I'm like, what is going on and why is this allowed? Why are we doing this? You know what I mean?
But yet I don't see nobody outside the prison yelling free, whatever the hell the guy's name is. But yeah, everybody else is free Karen Reed. So, you know, it's pick and choose.
He does have some people that are like supporting for him, but
not like, yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if is it out of fear? Is it out of, I mean, what is?
It's out of fear of, like you said, being labeled as, you know, looking at the opposite side now than rather than the prosecution side and saying, hey, you know, because of the nature of the crime, it's very hard for people to get their mind to believe that. And now with the crime scene photos, it's gonna be very hard. So that's exactly what they're doing. They're polluting. So if this guy kills himself or whatever, it's okay because of the heinous act that he committed. But yet they never proved it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's disgusting to me. I'm sorry, because you have his wife, his kids there watching their dad. This is their dad is happening to. So
yeah, they're watching. She's watching her husband die. Basically, is what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
You know, and then on the day of your dad's trial, your husband's trial, they come to you and take you out and say his lawyers quit on him and feed you a whole bunch of bullshit, and you're supposed to just go home and just take it for face value.
That's right.
That's sad, man.
That's what it is, bro. That's the way it's been. That's the way it's gonna be.
Wild.
Problem.
Wild. But I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna go. I gotta go start the bath up for my daughter. So,
sir, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you.
Good talk, man. I'll be back up. I hope you have a good night, man, and everybody in chat.
Absolutely.
See you, brother.
Take care, boy. All right. What did I just say? Take care, bro. I meant to say bro. I don't know what the hell I said. I will say, guys, real quick before we close this out, 3 new documents dropped as of the 18th in Idaho, just to give you guys real quick. Unbelievable, or not really unbelievable, but here we go. This is insane. Ann Taylor, public defender, request 9th supplemental request for discovery. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Police take notice that the undersigned, pursuant to Rule 16 of the Idaho Criminal Rules, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, and Article 1, 2, and 13, and 17, and the Constitution of the United States, request discovery and inspection of all materials discoverable by defendant per ICR .16B 1-8 and the aforementioned constitutional provisions, including but not limited to the following information, evidence, and materials outlined in Exhibit H. The ninth, folks, 9. Are we going to make it a lucky number 10? I mean, what's up with this? But there it is. 9th request for discovery. Okay. That was the first document. And then we have this again. Okay. Real quick here. Thank you guys for being here today once again for all of this. Stipulated motion to file Exhibit H, attached to the defendant's 9th supplemental request for discovery under seal. Yes, 9, name aced 9. Comes now, Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby moves the court for in order to file Exhibit H of defendant's 9th supplemental request for discovery under seal. They're sealing this too. This motion is made pursuant to ICAR 32I2D and E and IC 741241 B and C because 1, the documents contain facts or statements that might threaten or endanger the life or safety of individuals. That's not a joke. It is necessary to preserve the right to a fair trial, and 3, disclosure would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. There it is again. Okay. And then the last one. Again, order to file defendant's Exhibit H attached to the defendant's 9th supplemental request for discovery under seal. The court having before it the defendant's stipulated motion to file Exhibit H attached to defendant's 9th supplemental request for discovery under seal in good cause, appearing now therefore. It is hereby ordered that the defendant's Exhibit H attached to their 9th supplemental request for discovery shall be filed under seal pursuant to, we know this by the back of our hearts and hands right now. And there it is. Those are the 3 new documents dropped as of yesterday. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. 9 requests, folks. Maybe number 10 will be the lucky one. I don't know. Have a good night, Mama Bear. Thank you for joining us. And I can't believe I went late today. So thank you guys for being patient with me. We've been live for a while now, so we're going to have to bring it to a close. But again, guys, there's the new docs. Thank you, guys. Did you guys? I didn't even show that to you. Let me show it to you. I thought I showed it to you real quick. Or if I did, maybe, I don't know, guys. I'm getting tired too. Real quick. Here it is. That's it. So again, 3 new docs in Idaho. That's what's going on. And same to you, Mama Bear. We love you. I'll talk to you later or tomorrow early. Mama Bear should be joining us tomorrow. She's off. We're going to try to kick off the fraternity thing tomorrow. Since she's off and she can do that with us. So we're going to be talking about the fraternities and sororities tomorrow in Idaho. It was requested by a lot of people. So that's what we're doing. And be here if you would like to hear about that. Let me see here. So thank you guys once again for joining us today and having patience. Sorry I went so late today, guys. Like I said, I had some technical issues earlier, but we handled that. We're good to go. And I'll be here tomorrow. Hopefully 12 and 1, you'll see me. And we'll be doing our thing. Like I said, fraternities, sororities, and hopefully it all plays out well. I love you guys. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. If I don't see you somewhere else, I hope you have the very best night you can. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves because you guys are the beautiful people. I appreciate all your support, guys. Just being here, being you. Don't change a thing, guys. You guys rock and roll. I love you all, and I will see you all on the other side. Bye-bye, guys.